missed out on the news. Cheesy Terrian says, oh, there it is. Okay, I didn't get this one. Cheesy Terrian, dummy doesn't know it's already Saturday. I didn't get that one. I thought it was the earlier one, so my apology. And then you sent another one, another 5. It says, I don't know. We did use the Cuban migraine at the war on Venezuela. Why not Iran? Let's make it quick. Did we get a Smash JT raid? Hail Smash JT. Look at there. Smash JT. Look at that. What's up, brother? Good to see you here, man. Zioni says the meltdown tomorrow is going to be insane. I'm going to be here to cover it. Beef Supreme 199 says you can't negotiate with amoral religious nut jobs. Is Rubio going to be the next Ayatollah now? Yes, he is. What's up, Smash JT? Thanks, man. I appreciate it, man. White Hat says, don't forget, no more death to America in Iran parliament shouting. What up, Cole Hauser? I see you in the chat as well. Little Jim's Halo says affordability tax, Biden cause tax. Tiff says bomb shelter might be the only thing Buc-ee's doesn't sell yet. Dude, they just need to open. I'm telling you, somebody in the chat earlier said, how does this affect me? I'm an American. Well, it affects you because they're going to build a Buc-ee's and a McDonald's in Iran after we take out the Ayatollah. They're going to build a Buc-ee's, they're going to build McDonald's, and they're probably going to have Mario Kart tournaments. And VJ the Vigil says, remember Trump took out ISIS in his first term. That is correct. Too Tired says, told my hubby a couple days ago this was coming. All the training on base just stopped. They must have been deploying and preparing for multiple outcomes. I just hope all of our soldiers are going to be safe. That's the main priority right now. Draken199 says, I know you're not a journalist, but sadly you're more reliable than the so-called real ones. I appreciate that.
An Israeli missile defense system interceptor, likely the Arrow system that just fired off in order to intercept the incoming fire. This gives you a sense of just how much this is moving here, Griff. We know that Israel's ability to shoot down incoming missiles is quite extensive. And so far, the Iranians have been firing these in very small barrages. And so it has not overwhelmed any of the missile defense systems. And I'm just looking.
So you got the dresser, so you could put like a bunch of bullshit in it, like in your base.
Iran's foreign ministry just said this renewed military aggression comes while Iran and the U.S. were in the midst of a diplomatic process.
I have too much clothes for my dresser upstairs, so I keep a lot of it down here. So I just thought I might as well get another one, and I can also put the Star Destroyer on it, so it just works out.
And why these U.S. and Israeli strikes were ordered against the Iranian regime. And again, Griff, at this hour,
and I got it for, hold on, what percentage?
Israel, but against, it appears, U.S. forces in the Persian Gulf.
Like what, 17% off or so?
At this hour,
$50
again,
off.
missile defense systems are able to intercept much of the incoming fire. There are no reports of impacts in Israel, but explosions not only heard here in Tel Aviv, also in the northern city of Haifa, in the southern city of
which I didn't read the fine print. It was a family deal. So you had to sign up for an account, like a family account. So I just signed up.
So you don't get the deal if you're a single person.
No, you just have to have a family account. You can just make an account. It doesn't actually require anything. I did it in like a minute or two. It's a stupid thing, but
it's very important here because we saw these negotiations and ultimately they did not take it at the level
yeah, and that's what's going to get lost in all of this from all the guys out there, and they say Trump is taking us to God. It's like he offered a path to peace. He offered an off-ramp. He continuously warned them and warned them and warned them, and they don't take him up on it. What is he supposed to do, you fucking retards? On top of that, look at this.
did you hear the guy's dead?
Says Operation Epic Fury. President Trump has been willing to do what's right.
It is interesting that people are surprised and mad that he did it, where it's like, It's not like any sort of regime change before where they sent in troops first instead of killing the leadership first. So he's doing the complete opposite way of which they were mad at 20 years ago. And he said, like, for months, if not years, that if they don't fucking do what they want, that they're gonna have to do something. Like, they don't make a deal or something. And apparently what they were doing back and forth was, oh, we want to make a deal, and then they would just say, oh, we're not ready to make a deal, so they would just go back and forth. So it's like, if you're gonna do that, I might as well just fucking kill you.
So they're gonna send in the troops now?
I don't think they really need to. I think, well, technically there's already, some of them are already there, I think. Or maybe at least around it, but I don't think they'll need to send troops. Because the whole point is basically take out the existing leadership and then basically allow a revolution.
Be advised, hostiles are attacking Charlie.
It's also interesting how people are like, oh, it's such a waste of money. It's like, do you know how much these machines cost to operate daily as they're just doing training? It's like, at least you're spending the money on them actually being used and seeing how well they perform. But
We now hold more objectives. Keep pushing. We need attack support on another objective. We have Bravo under attack. We've lost control of objective Charlie.
Oh.
apparently they started sending missiles to like Abu Dhabi and shit. I was like, are they actually retarded?
Who was sending missiles?
Iran. Like the military. So that's at least what I read. I don't know.
When you say sending, you mean like firing them?
Yeah. Launching it. I heard Abu Dhabi, Dubai, because they're basically right across the channel, so that's not that far away at all.
They just take out their leaders and just be done with it, dude.
Pretty much seems like what they're trying to do, at least for now. Like, he basically said, like, your government is done, basically go take it. That's literally what he said. Yeah, I fucking hate him, dude. I can never get a kill on a helicopter pilot. I think it's long enough too. I can put my F-22 on it because I only have it upstairs and it's not even covered.
Objective Alpha has been lost. The enemy have taken more objectives.
Uh,
We have Bravo under attack. All right, we now hold Alpha. Enemy attack confirmed Alpha. Enemy forces have control, but we're closing the gap.
Oh! Yo, that guy got absolutely destroyed. Holy fuck. That bullet time was crazy.
Objective Delta neutralized. We have secured more objectives. Let's hold it.
Necessary to produce real peace in the region. God bless the United States, our great military. Can you believe John Fetterman, again, the only Democrat that's willing to say this about President Trump? That's insane.
I think this is something that we knew was coming. The Iranians, as we just heard, there was a diplomatic process going on, but that's not what President Trump was doing. He wasn't engaged in a process. He was engaged in a very short negotiation. It was a surrender document to the Iranians, and it was exactly what it is now. This is the result. I think this is going to, I think President Trump will be following in letting the American people know that they're moving out. I think not just the Iranians being attacked against U.S. assets in the region.
All right, let's see here. East Coast Sports says the kids finally gotta intercept some tangos and get meat in his diet. Shout out to the HLC fans in the chat. Fun with collecting says Nightcrawler tag. Fear Corpse is Jeremy. Smash JT has GS on his Jeremy channel. His Spanish announces them out. It's amazing. You skipped a Rumble rant earlier too. I haven't gotten a Rumble rant yet, but I will. Let's see here. SCDB says I woke up to take a leak and now I'm awake watching Total Cast. Crazy. Soul Felix says George Bush Sr. said the same thing to the Iraqis in the first Gulf War. Told the Iraqis to rise up, overthrow Saddam, then watch them get slaughtered. Mellow Fungus says I don't get the black pillars. Trump attacked Iran, so everyone should give the midterms to the open borders. Trans extremist fraud wins. What? It's not about like. It's because it's getting them as much traction online as they can get, so that's why they run with it. Hey, more power to them. In a free and open internet, everybody should be allowed to say whatever they want and build whatever narratives they want, and it is what it is. I don't think anybody should be silent. I want everybody to have a voice, but I also feel that you know it's okay to go. So let's see here. Big Bob was earlier. He had helped earlier. He got that one. It was posted. She's curious.
These guys are so good.
Is it still support Trump despite running on being anti-war but attacking Iran? Not a TDS question, genuinely asking. Well, again, there is a ton of nuance by saying you're anti-war. All right. When you say you're anti-war, it's because nobody is looking to get into war. The attempt to stay out of war. We still have a fucking military. We still have a powerful military with billions and billions of dollars in budget for a reason, because nobody's gonna fuck with us. From that perspective, nobody's going to attack us from that perspective. Trump has rebuilt the military, and we have a massive military budget. The military's there for various amount of reasons. But so this anti-war thing is like, yeah, nobody, like George W. Bush was a warmonger. That entire administration was a warmonger administration. And Trump has already proven to be so much different than every other president through his 2 terms in office. Now this is his second term. He's already proven to be vastly different than any of them. But this is there's a lot more detail in this than just like, hey, we're gonna go over there and we're gonna be in a 2-year-long war. We're gonna, you know, nation build a place that clearly can't be rebuilt. Iraq was never gonna be. Iraq actually was better before we toppled Saddam. Iraq was better then because they did have somebody that kept them in line. You're not going to clean that shit up. Those motherfuckers are crazy. But this is a whole different ballgame. It's actually rising up against the leadership. So it's just a whole different ballgame. But no, I know it's not a TDS question. I respect where you're coming from. There's one more question, Jeremy. If you're going to open McDonald's in Iran, are they allowed to buy a hamburger in if you're just tuning in, about 2.5 hours ago, strikes began, or at least reportedly began, in Iran. U.S. and Israel joint attacks. Right now, these are airstrikes. Details are very, very sparse. We don't have a lot of information on what has actually happened. We've got an 8-minute video from President Trump, and they're replaying it right now. We can probably listen into this.
It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protest. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last year, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal.
That was your scapula shoulder today.
Oh, it's not too bad today, but I could feel it before I got my muscle relaxers in.
As for decades and decades, they rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions.
Did you have to assemble the dresser or whatever?
Yeah, it's not done yet. I'll wait until tomorrow when I have some help.
Developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, stationed overseas.
I can't even fucking see this guy, man.
The American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. We'll soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there's no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel.
This guy's such a loser, dude.
And I do not make this statement lightly.
Damn, dude, he got you at like 430 meters.
The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties that often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and their children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with His help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. They are the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished taking over your government, it will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president.
Oh, come on. How the fuck did I miss that? Come
Now you have a
on,
president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with long and strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you. Thank you.
So,
Whoa!
right here, Iran hits the U.S. Fifth Fleet Naval Headquarters in Bahrain. So we have no reports of injuries or anything like that, but this just happened right here. Just happened. So now that's not going to be a good move for Iran. That's going to be very, very bad for them. Yeah. Now, Owen Schroyer has uploaded a video. He's very, very mad about this. These warmongers bring shame on our entire world.
February 2026, and
wonderful moment.
Nice.
I don't know why it automatically pulls up my parachute. It's so dumb. If I want to fucking hit the ground, then let me hit the ground.
Let's see what else we got going on. We got our results on Echo. We got any more updates right now. So Iran is simultaneously targeting U.S. military assets across the Middle East with ballistic missiles. Right there. Again, I hate that this is happening because I don't like it. This is not something I'm a fan of on the surface. But again, there is a lot more details that most of these people are not interested in talking about. I just don't want. Yeah, I just hate that we're having any soldiers that could be in harm's way. That's what I'm worried about. That's the primary focus I have right now. Is Hayden Wayne here? What up, Hayden? Yeah, Hayden. We are at war with Iran. Yep. It just popped off about 3 hours ago.
What's the number one?
Louise says, I wake up to the witching hour to take a beardo, and I guess what the grifter is grifting. Praise Allah. Let's see here.
And let me tell you, there's something I witnessed.
Still got more. Cheesy Terry says, to be frank, I think we should liberate Canada and Australia before going to war with Iran. F off UK. That should be the new penal colony. Marla Sebo says, D-Day Cobra is the new Iranian Minister of Information since the old one is smoldering right now. William says, Iran just hit our naval base in Bahrain. Yep, that's what I was just talking about. Trump is Gen Xer for 5. Thank you, Teresa. Says, I was 17 in 1979. They kept our students for more than a year. This shouldn't have been done before now. No president even thought of doing this. MAGA. Trump is the GOAT. Bill says, Jeremy is a true journalist, just like Don Lemon. Flag Ninja says, Jeremy, you're my favorite journalist. Take that however you will. Steel Town says, journalist Jeremy is what I always call you. Will there be a ground invasion? I can't imagine there's going to be a ground invasion, personally. I can't see that, but, I mean, hell if I know. Look at me. I'm just an idiot on the internet. Cole Heather says, remember, you have a rig free. I had to say that very slowly, Cole Hauser. And then Claire says, what's up, Jeremy? Just woke up to your notification. Jeremy is 61,000 great work. Fired up games is I would give up every dime of my life. Let me really only Ryan in
Nice.
says, I hope everything goes well for the Iranian
Just
people.
drove into a
They've
wall,
been
and I obviously, for some reason, get out on the side of the tank.
Wholesome Lockdowns says, what is your favorite decade of UFC? If you're not a fan?
If the game made any sense, I would have gotten out the same place I got in, which was the front.
2020. Yeah, I'm not a UFC guy. I mean, I've watched the UFC, but primarily the UFC is something I'm focused on. Like when Brock Lesnar was there, watched McGregor stuff. It was a bunch of my UFC experience. So, PCSAD when peace through strength is tested, it must be answered. Thank the Dems for this one for supporting those who say death to America. Luis B. Mia Lance, is someone just cut me off on my lid joke. What the hell? What's crazy is oh yeah, okay. Retro V Gamer says good give those of us waking up a quick recap of events. Yes, I can. So this happened about 3 hours ago right now. 3 hours ago, we initially got reports that that Israel had attacked Iran, and trying to pull this page up right here so I can give you another breakdown of it. So we got the reports that Israel had attacked Iran. Then we got reports that the United States actually had a joint attack with Israel on Iran. That happened about 3 hours ago. Then we got a 8-minute video from President Trump detailing everything. And as of a few hours ago, this is what we knew. Joint U.S.-Israeli operation to attack Iran. Trump called for regime change. We had opening waves of strikes have been characterized as assassination strikes. Officials have said this will be a multi-day campaign. Israel to focus on military target launchers. U.S. will focus on decision makers, large surface combatants, hardened bunkers. 30 to 70 ballistic missiles fired from Iran into Israel. Air defense working at the time of writing. No confirmed deaths or casualties among principal or senior Iranian decision makers at the time of this writing. Now, this was done, what, about an hour ago? This post was about an hour ago. Reports from state media and Western media outlets citing sources close to the matter say that both the Iranian president and the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, remain alive.
Nice.
That's kind of the gist of it, as far as where we are. Cheesy Terry says, I'll send you an email if you're serious about the shirts. I absolutely am serious about the shirts. Since when can Jeremy read? Don't tell anyone, all right? Please don't tell anyone. I don't want anyone to know about that. But yeah, so that's kind of the gist of the road. In terms of details are very, very tough to get. And so I'm trying to focus on sources that I follow, that I am, aware that are legit. Qatar intercepts several missiles and urges all civilians to stay home. That is just in. And this is coming off of this announcement right here that Iran simultaneously targets U.S. military assets across the Middle East with ballistic missiles fired at UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. So we are in the middle of craziness, and there's a ton of videos being shared on social media right now. Repopulated. I don't know. I'm fucking tired. Rehashed. That's the word I'm looking for. Rehashed videos from years and years ago. There's AI videos that are being shared out there, so I'm not believing almost any of the
Shit is so
videos
fucking
I'm
broken,
seeing,
dude. None of it makes
shared on
any
social
sense.
media right now. I've showed you a couple of them, and it's obvious that these are old videos or they're AI videos. So I'm only sharing videos that I've seen. Okay, now this, oh shit. Okay, this is probably legit. This is Iranian missile slammed into the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. If that's real, holy fuck balls, okay?
Our troops are attacking Alpha.
I gotta find out if that's a real video. That is a real video. That is real. That's legit. Whoa.
We have secured Bravo.
Holy shit.
We need defensive support on the marked objective.
Video shows Iranian missile directly impacting the
Why is he looking up here, dude?
U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. It is unknown how many U.S. service members were present at the base at the time. You better fucking hope that nobody was there. So there you have it. That's crazy. Let me see if Fox News is reporting on that right now.
It's obvious Iran is responding, but the reports right now, no casualties in Israel, but it's pretty clear that Iran is likely
Oh, that was sick.
in these early hours and the days to come. I do want to bring in an element here, Sean, and that is our Chief National Security Correspondent, Jennifer Griffin, reporting from a U.S. official. He says
Dude, if there isn't like less than 80 people on their team, then I don't know what the fuck this game
the
is.
U.S. is targeting military targets and ballistic missile sites that pose an imminent threat. The U.S. military is not targeting Iran's leadership. What do you think is significant and important that it is Israel targeting Iran's leadership and the U.S. officials saying they are just attacking working with Israel?
Yeah, this game is terrible. Holy fuck.
I think that can be written up to a division of labor.
Yeah, Fox is like, this is why cable news is just dying, because they don't know what the hell's going on, man. They are so far behind. So that's we've got multiple videos of that U.S. base that was hit. We've got multiple videos of that.
Wow, you are god awful. Nice, dude.
I don't know if that's real or not. Let's see here. Cable news crawled so Jeremy could run.
Yeah.
Okay. That. Nothing so far.
Attention, attack support is needed on
It's
the
so
marked
difficult to
objective.
tell which one of these videos are real and which ones are not. Because right now I'm on my For You tab on Twitter, and for people that don't know, like the For You tab is the tab that kind of just gives you
Oh, I thought that was an enemy. What the
from
fuck?
all types of crazy things, but that's where I'm getting the best information from. But I get a lot of fake shit over there too. AI is everywhere right now. Impossible now with AI. Yes, it is very difficult with AI. And these are the moments right here. And again, welcome to the internet.
I love
But this
how
is what
I don't
happens.
see their
This is a
scope.
huge, mega viral
amazing,
story.
dude.
And so people are going to create anything they can to get a bunch of traction because, so many people fall for it. Facebook is the best place to go for that, by the way, because all these old people on Facebook just believe whatever. Like, you could literally just put a fucking dinosaur in a video walking through Iran, and these idiots on Facebook, these old people will share it thinking it's real. They're like, oh my god, they released dinosaurs in Iran. This is crazy. And you're like, you tell your grandmother, you're like, Grandmom, there's no dinosaurs in Iran. I know you saw a video on Facebook. That's not real. But it happens all the time. So.
Of course.
Facebook is terrible. I hate Facebook. Samurai says,
This map's too big for anything else but a sniper, but it's too fucking small for one. It's fucking. That's when you know map is terrible,
I like
bro.
Fetterman, but we'll see how this goes. Facebook is AIDS. Facebook is so bad. Teresa says October 7, people were also just going about their day. I bet Owen doesn't remember that day. Yeah, I mean, the way he was trying to formulate that was ridiculous. Bohicas is not going to say where I am. However, a few nights ago, F-35s were taking off midnight, not usual for a United States Air Force base.
I'm getting on, dog.
Yeah, I mean, this has all been worked.
Damn, dog.
For a while, obviously. Bob says that we will bring freedom and liberty to the people crying out for it. Please don't lose hope. We are trying to bring freedom to true Iranians. Kabi says, aloha and blessings, everyone. So what are y'all telling Jesus when we meet him after World War III? Stay safe and keep praying, y'all. It's definitely not World War III, but it's definitely going to be a huge story over the next few days. But let's see. Okay, so I guess the moment, yeah. All right, here we go. we go. Watch closely, okay? Holy shit, man. That was crazy to see that. Let's slow-mo that. Let's slow-mo this. Playback speed. All right, dude. Wow. That is crazy.
We're targeting Charlie.
Let's put it back to regular.
Haha, yes. Look at that, dog. Holy fuck. Tell me you're seeing this.
No, I'm in the lobby.
That is terrifying.
Our troops have neutralized
Yeah, no,
objective
that.
Charlie.
I'm pretty sure that's real. Pretty sure.
All units, mission is still on target. Good work.
We found a fairly simple tactic, but to change that pattern up to attack during the daytime gives you a level of surprise that I can guarantee the army
Alright, I'll leave this game then. I'm gonna go get a water and I'll be back.
can be very effective as well.
We're attacked by 3 Roman legions. Carthaginians were proud and brave, but couldn't hold. They were massacred. Arab women stripped them of their tunics and their swords and lances. The soldiers lay naked in the sun. 2,000 years ago. I was here. You don't believe me, do you, Brad? You know what the poet said? Through the travail of ages, it's the pomp and the toils of war. And I fought and strove and perished countless times. As it through glass and darkly, the age-old strife I see. For I fought in many guises, many names, but always me. You know who the poet was? Me.
The future call. It's pocket-sized.
This is Ryoko Pro. It's a pocket-sized Wi-Fi hotspot. About
And now, on location in California, Peter Graves.
George Smith Patton remains our image of what a general should look like, how a general should act. The scowl, the confidence, the profanity. Patton never failed to live up to his nickname, Old Blood and Guts. Welcome again as A&E celebrates 10 years of biography with 10 remarkable lives. Tonight, the man who is often called America's greatest soldier, General George Patton. And joining us is a guest with some very special insight into General Patton. We're here in Malibu with George C. Scott, who earned an Academy Award as Best Actor for his portrayal of Patton in the famous 1970 movie. George, welcome. Glad you could be with us. Thank you. Playing General Patton seems, it seems like it would be the role of a lifetime. Of course, what was the most difficult aspect of Patton himself to capture?
It was the role of a lifetime. You don't get those very often, that's for sure. I think the difference is the variations, the colors in his personality. Black one time, white one time, up and down, hot and
So we've got a few days to see how this goes. I'm watching very closely to see.
Yeah, here's this will be a little bit closer shot. Let the video complete.
Was he,
we'll
did
show
he
it
know
one
that he
more
was
time.
playing a role himself?
I believe he did. That was a section in the movie you may recall where Paul Stevens was playing his aide, Colonel Codman, says to him, General, they don't know whether you're acting or not. And he says it's not important for them.
That
to
is
know.
that
It's
is
important for me
wild.
to know.
Now, is he misunderstood in any way, or was he just
Damn dog.
cantankerous as our image of him is?
Yep.
I think
What?
he's despised by a number of people.
There's
but,
Sarah the lobby.
those
There it is.
who were with him and were
let's
on
see,
his side were definitely on the side, and they
Holy
followed
crap.
him
Hang on.
religiously.
All right, thank you for that. We'll be talking again throughout the program.
Find this. Give me just
And now
a second.
A&E presents our biography of General George S. Patton, a man who had just one purpose in life, to go to war.
For George Patton, the most important explosion in the nasty Sicilian campaign would come not from a gun, but from a glove.
Right here. Guys, Israel owns you. Don't you see
Headlines
it?
in the
Your
Second World
soldiers
War.
will die
I
in
was just
someone
a
else's
teenager
war.
when Patton was making little
I am so
Second
glad
War.
that you told me
Do
this.
you,
You are the
do you
first person
remember
on the
at that
internet
time
that has
reading about
ever
it, hearing about
mentioned
it?
this to
I
me.
wasn't very.
I mean, as a matter of fact, like, I don't think I'm. You might be. You might be the first person that's ever said that
My
on the
knowledge
internet.
of him came much later when I started to research and study arguments together. Well over a dozen
You are
books
telling
and
me
so
that
on.
for the first
That's when
time,
I
sir.
became-
That's an amazing
Was he,
insight that
a
you have.
military genius?
You are the most original
I don't
person
consider
on
question
the
it
internet.
As far as,
You don't repeat
and
what
arms.
other people say at all. You are
I
a very,
think
very
there are
original
those who would
person.
have to
I
do
tip
that
my
worldwide. Any historian
hat
would
to
have
you,
to say
sir.
that.
Great job, man. You
Our
don't
biography
repeat
of Patton
anything.
will continue
You just
in
have original opinions.
Here again,
So
an
I
interview with actor George
congratulations.
C. Scott.
So
A new research story.
yeah, man.
Which you wonder
So thank you. So what? You're cool with it, or you're gonna mock? Like, I don't know if you're doing it. Just to look fuck out of people like you. Because it's hilarious. So no, that's exactly what I do. Mock you and laugh at you and roast you. And watch you continue to get very upset about it. That's literally what I do on this channel every fucking day. So yeah, I'm gonna continue to do just that. And there's nothing you can do about it except
Seemed to
that.
rather split the country between
I
his
don't.
supporters and his critics. It seems that Patton was a
But-
man who either loved or hated.
Let me see here.
There's some truth to that.
Yes, so I think General Eisenhower
What is this?
tried his
Operation Epic Fury.
because he knew that his value was in the being sent to the case of 15 tons.
Holy fuck.
I showed you guys that the other day. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I can show you again. But right here. Here it is. See? We got paid. We saw it. Yeah, like we've been through it. Like, we've already been through this. So
He
yeah.
called the Russians savages,
Shout out to my
indicating that
shout out to my
he
Mossad
would
peeps.
not have been,
All those
let's say, the
$7,000
ideal
checks that are
diplomat.
getting paid tonight. They're gonna be getting paid tonight. Running interference and all.
Parliament, the Supreme Council, the Ministry of Intelligence, the Iranian Atomic Agency, as well as the IRNA, the news service there. What do you make of the targeting?
So far, not surprised. And the reason why that is you're going to make sure that you take your command control first, because we've got that is one of the reasons it needs to you're
Unless my parachute didn't even
most of them are not going to know what to do or how to respond. And so command and control comes down to not only the systems, the radars, the cyber, all of that, it's the people that can directly.
I will tell, because I know we have a lot of people that are watching the channel for the first time. So the whole Israel meme kind of started because these Israelis are always looking in the chat, and I don't know shit about Israel. I don't give a damn about Israel, and they were like coming in here and they're like, oh, you're support Israel. I'm like, I don't support Israel. I don't give a shit about Israel. But then, like, they kept accusing me of being a Mossad agent because I didn't say the things that they wanted me to say. And I realized how retarded the anti-Israel crowd is at that point. I'm like, holy shit, you guys are stupid. Like, oh, you'll just accuse anybody of being a Mossad agent. So then it just kind of spiraled from there. So anyway, shit about Israel. Well, I know. And I know that you are the biggest Israel fan in my chat. You love Israel. And again, just like the anti-Israel people like this guy that love Israel are just as bad as the anti-Israel crowd. Because this guy can't stop telling you how great Israel is. And he's just as bad as the anti-Israel people. Like this guy, every stream, he's just like, Israel's the greatest place on earth, Jeremy. You don't understand. And I'm like, you know, like, I don't follow. So just like the pro-Israel crowd, the anti-Israel crowd, they're both wings. But here is Trump, who's currently controlled by Israel.
God, dude, these people fucking move around so much. Can't even fucking aim.
At this hour, alerts are coming in across the country. Earlier sirens were sounding here in Tel Aviv. And we understand, according to the military, most of this incoming fire was intercepted by Israel's air defense systems. The Americans and the Israelis are still striking Iran in a campaign that is expected to last for several days, targeting not just ballistic missile launching positions or command and control centers, but reports indicate government buildings and significant government infrastructure belonging to the Iranian regime. One person on our team just got out of a briefing with the Israeli military. I'm going to give you the latest information as we're getting it in just now, Griff. The Israelis plan to call up 70,000 reservists over the next several days, understanding that this conflict with Iran is expected to last for many days. Many of these reservists will be manning air defense systems as this incoming ballistic missile fire is expected to continue from Iran and could expand to regional proxies like Hezbollah in Lebanon or the Houthis in Yemen. According to a military official here in Israel, dozens of strikes were carried out this morning alone. Forces are now deployed across Israel to man those air defense systems. And coordination and cooperation, according to this military official, is something that's never been seen before, operating at the highest level with American counterparts. Reports are coming in from wire services that many IRGC commanders and political officials were targeted in these strikes. Again, these are initial reports, but it gives you an indication that this is not a limited operation going after the Iranians. This is certainly one of the larger options that the Americans and the Israelis had to go after the Iranian regime. In the days ahead, we can expect Iran to continue responding. They are already targeting U.S. forces in places like Bahrain. Air defense systems are active in the Gulf. Reports of possible strikes even in countries other than Bahrain, like Saudi Arabia, for example. And so there's going to be a lot of moving parts here. Our Pentagon team is tracking what the Americans are doing to stage in the days ahead and how this campaign is going to continue. But we heard overnight from President Trump himself, who said this is a massive and ongoing operation. President Trump gave the Iranians an olive branch, an opportunity for diplomacy to get rid of their nuclear program, to limit their ballistic missile program, and to end support for regional proxies. They refused to do so.
You've asked this question so many times tonight that even what a lot of viewers do is they like to
How the fuck do I not get that kill?
that they don't know. You have spammed this all fucking night, all right? To the point where even if I didn't know, I could have Googled it. I'll just tell you that I'm more concerned with the Hart Foundation back in the day with WWE, okay? That's my concern.
Dude, what the fuck is this
Hitman
team?
Hart is one of the greatest in-ring wrestlers of all time. And I believe that the formation of the Hart Foundation was a crucial point in the WWF back in the 80s and into the 90s. And if we did not go over Hart, but the Anvil, Bret the Hitman Hart, you had the British Bulldog. That's the Hart Foundation that I'm worried about. Go fuck yourself. I'm not going to give you an answer just because you because that's the most entertaining outcome is just so there you go. Hayden Wayne says the U.S. is doing something really cool right now. Reveal to the world some crazy new war tech that they have and haven't shown yet. Turn big stick into rod of God or something. Just pow, boom, done. It would be cool. Jeremy, he's just Miles will take care of the keep saying. What he's concerned is that he wanted his question asked so
Dude, I literally got one shot to buy a fucking assault rifle.
Let me see. The Bellacelis is reported
Underneath us.
debris from the
Dude,
in a
what
residential
the
area.
fuck?
That thing is fucking insane, bro.
Thank you for the update. I can't believe how close you are to all of that. That is absolutely insane. Hayden Wayne says, time to start dropping the flyers. Hello, Iranian citizens. We are giving you 2 weeks to GTFO. We know it will be hard, but we know the general location of your leader, and that area will be gone.
Oh, it's just there. He's just there, man.
He kind of did, to be honest. Bret Hart really did. I'll turn this whole conversation to a Bret the Hitman Hart conversation and piss that guy off. Odin says, I don't recall Iran ever attacking North America. Prove me wrong. I don't recall Iran paying someone who attacked us in America's soil. Please remind me. I think that's a very narrow-minded viewpoint of what's going on. But, you know, I guess I would need to understand, like, what's your motivation behind all of this? When do you support, like, why do you support paying taxes to fund a fucking military? Like, I don't understand. Like, if you don't want a fucking military, then you're living in the wrong country. So, like, what do you think we're paying for? Do you think our military is just there to do parades and shit? Like, I don't understand what you want a strong military for. Just so you can pretend that you support it? Like, I don't understand people like this. Like, oh yeah, I like sleeping at night, and I like being in a country where I feel protected. But why are we funding the military? Why do we have all this training?
What is that in the
I
background?
don't understand. It makes no
My dad's sneezing, I think.
Oh.
Red Walker says that the super anti or pro-Israel are extremely obnoxious, but I think for me it's somewhere in the middle. Having a military ally, Israel is the most America hating hostile region of the planet is logical. Yeah, I mean, for me, I only look at it like my experience with the anti-Israel crowd was when I realized that they were so dumb that they were using someone as a target consequences that reach all the way to the White House. I realized in many ways, the story of the film has the story it tells on screen, layered with behind-the-scenes tensions, creative gambles, and moments that only make sense when viewed with the benefit of hindsight. What seemed at the time like just another ambitious Hollywood production quickly revealed itself to be something far more culturally significant, a project whose ripples would be felt long after the cameras stopped rolling and the sets were dismantled. When producer Frank McCarthy finally got his dream project greenlit after 20 years of trial, nobody could have predicted that this biographical war film would become one of the most influential movies in American political history. The sheer persistence required to bring the project to life already hinted
Dude,
that
just
the
listens to
production
AI
would be
videos, man. I don't
being
understand.
frustrated with this when it's not like Trump hasn't been talking about this for months and months and months. He actually campaigned on Iran, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right about that? I'm almost certain Trump campaigned on Iran.
The nominees for the best performance by an actor are...
Correct me if I'm wrong about
George
this.
C. Scott.
I follow so much shit, so maybe I'm wrong about it, but I'm almost certain that Trump campaigned on Iran not getting a nuclear weapon.
So it didn't have any fucking flares for some reason.
Now I'm remembering,
Garbage
yes.
game.
Okay, yes, he did. Correct. So, I don't know what you're shocked about. This is part of his fucking campaign. The same campaign where he won every swing state. The same campaign where he won the popular vote. What are you shocked about?
The winner is
I don't understand.
George C.
And the same people that are upset about this are saying that he campaigned on Epstein, which he did not campaign on Epstein. He answered questions when asked, but Epstein was never part of the Trump agenda. It was never part of his Trump campaign. Iran not having a nuclear weapon was part of his campaign. So, Dubai just got hit. Let me see. I'm getting too caught up in arguing with people right now.
In voting this away, I think that the Academy has distinguished
As Razorfist
itself.
points out, Trump has been
I think
consistent
it
since
is
before
done itself
2016
a
about
great
keeping
deal
nukes
of
out of
good
the hands of Iran. Yes.
Dude, what is going on, man?
I love the movie. The movie's phenomenal. The whole movie is great. But that ending scene where he's talking to Einstein is crazy. Crazy. Alright, we got that close up of that video. Loud explosions in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, reports said. Is this? No. Oh, I think this is the video that somebody was telling me about. Iranian high school students are thanking President Trump for striking the radical regime in Iran. But Owen Shore is very upset about this, while the Iranian people are very happy about this. That's interesting. DA Cobra, I'm just concerned that Saudi Arabia never gets nukes either. They're happy because they have a future now. Good Lord, everyone has
Worst fucking pilot ever.
Israeli military is targeting Iran's leadership, sources say from the Wall Street Journal. I do think
You're the only good fucking helicopter pilot I've ever had. Like the one I tried to fly with earlier, I couldn't even get a fucking kill because every time I see someone, he's just moving the goddamn helicopter all the time.
So Hayden Lane says, time to start dropping. Oh, I got that fires? It did really it for me. So, Odin says he also campaigned on no more world police. I mean, but again, it's all about the details. If you are to believe that, do you think that Trump is lying? Do you think the Trump administration is lying about the nuclear bomb? Do you think that? Because if you do, then we just have a fundamental, like, we're on complete opposite sides. So, like, Iran having a nuclear weapon, stopping that from happening in America first. Like, I don't know how that, I don't know how to tell you it's different than that. So, if you believe him or if you don't, if you believe that he's lying about that, then I think the Democratic Party is right up your alley. So, I mean, I guess I need to understand where you're going with this. Because if you think that Trump is lying, and I guess the theory would be that Trump is lying because he's controlled by Israel. And if you're at that level, then I don't think having a rational conversation is worth having. But if you are just genuinely, like, trying to understand it, you know, then that makes a lot more sense. Iran is one from a news for 30 years now. Yes, that is a very good point that a ton of Israel people love to repeat. So I know where you're getting your information. So that is a strong argument, the anti-Israel crowd. I know, because they have about 5 things that they repeat over and over and over and over again. They are like a broken record with that shit. And they are mad at me right now.
The nominees for the Best Performance by an Actor
which,
are...
as we've reported, is not going to be hours, but it's going to be days, that he called on them to rise up and basically take back and seize their government and throw off the mantle of this oppressive leadership that has basically controlled with an iron fist the regime since 1979. So it's clear that the president took the broadest range of options.
Is a troll with money better than a troll without money? Well, to be fair, Odin's been following him. He's been following him, like, forever. So he's a cool dude. So we probably have a disagreement. But he's not like one of these idiots that just claim, like, some retarded thing. He's genuinely coming from his own place. So,
report on one other target that or 2 others that we've learned about in the recent hours. It appears that the Iranian naval headquarters down in Bandar Abbas and
no, not Odin, the religious movie guy.
And we have been mentioning how important it was for the U.S. military to target Iran's navy from the get-go. That's something that did not have Iran to do with, and that navy can oil and shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, which is just 21 miles wide at its narrowest point. And those Navy vessels can also, the fast boats that Lucas Tomlinson was describing last year, U.S. vessels in the region and cause untold damage to...
Dude, these noob tubes are fucking insane, man.
They had to be taken out because they could threaten some of the destroyers that are based in the northern region. We also understand that there's been some explosions
Take what you can carry.
in Iran near the Pakistani border. That is significant because we've heard the president talk about...
Look at there, Trump in 2020. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Man, nobody had a problem with it back then.
Security correspondent Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, great reporting. Thank you for that. We will check back in with you throughout the morning. Joining us now, retired Navy SEAL Mike Sorelli. Good morning, Mike. As he wakes up to a major combat operation with strikes across Iran happening in a joint U.S.-Israeli operation. What are your thoughts? All right, we'll work to get retired Navy SEAL Mike Sorelli on the phone there. As you do that, and you're waking up right now, major combat operations have begun with multiple targets struck across Iran. We have...
Okay, please advise.
across the Middle East, and we're watching. This is the map here. The naval assets in the Middle East, significantly with USS Gerald Ford, USS Abraham Lincoln.
He needed to make a call.
In the
There was
Arabian
a number
Sea.
taped to the inside.
Somebody in chat says, remembering how
Given to him
low
by the owner
IQ
of the
you
bar,
are, Jeremy
a
keeps you from
retired
getting
admiral
mad at you.
with strict instructions. If you ever
You're
see a man
watching
with a brand on
at
his right
5
wrist,
o'clock in
you
the
call this
morning
number.
Eastern time.
You do not ask questions.
That's
You
the
do not
definition
engage.
of
You
low
call.
IQ.
Sully
if you
burst
don't
into
like
the
me.
office, his
So,
hands shaking as he dialed. He listened to the ring, feeling the seconds tick by like hours. Hello, a voice answered. It was sharp, authoritative.
Doesn't your dad get bored of watching that?
Bro, half the time he's not even watching or paying attention.
The man with the circle brand. He is here, and there is a group of young frogs giving him a hard time. It is about to get ugly. There was a silence on the other end of the line so profound that Sully thought the call had dropped.
He can't say anything. He doesn't care, even if he knows it's stupid to watch it.
I am 3 minutes away. Keep the peace, Sully, or God help us all. Back in the main room, the tension had stretched to its breaking point. Miller was no longer laughing. The old man's refusal to play the game was infuriating him. It felt like a direct challenge to his authority. I am making this an order. Miller barked, his voice cracking slightly. I am a commissioned officer in the United States Navy. You will identify yourself, and you will vacate this table. Mark stood up. He moved slowly, his joints popping audibly. He stood at his full height, which was only 5'9", significantly shorter than Miller. But somehow, in that moment, he seemed to loom over the lieutenant. I was serving this country before your father was a glint in the milkman's eye, Mark said, his voice steady. I have earned my seat. Now move. Miller's face went purple. You listened to me. You washed up old. He reached out and shoved Mark. It wasn't a violent shove, just a push to the shoulder to emphasize his point, to physically move the obstacle. The moment Miller's hand made contact with Mark's jacket, the air in the room seemed to shatter. Mark did not
who's
stumble.
really happy
He
right
didn't
now?
even sway. He simply looked at the hand on his shoulder, then up at Miller's face.
Lindsey Graham. You know Lindsey Graham's having a good night. Boy, Lindsey Graham, he's going crazy. The worst
Stand down.
in the entire situation. Lindsey Graham, you know he's having a good night. Nobody's happy. He's happier than anybody in Iran. 1,000%. Wait, can we really do dinosaurs in Iran? It would be cool. Damn right it would be. Jurassic Middle East, probably with pumpkin radio cameras, Mossad tax, thank you. Aaron Alexander, Jeremiah $7,000 a day. Jaeger bombs has been stuck multiple times.
Yeah, so it's got fucking negative bulleted.
Iran still stands.
Behind him stood two men in dark
Bohica with
suits,
5 gifted
their earpieces visible,
and Bohica
their
just said,
posture radiating lethal intent. Admiral Vance stepped into the room. The silence that fell was absolute. It was a vacuum.
Hayden Wayne's
The music had
reminder,
been cut. The clinking
Iran
of glasses stopped.
has
Even
killed
breathing
hundreds
seemed
of
to
their
cease.
own people and turned off the
His
internet
hands still
multiple
half
times.
raised
The
toward
regime
Mark.
must go.
His eyes
Jeremy, you
were
should
fixed
react to
on the
Aslan's.
ground.
My Iranian
stopped to
viewer
attend
sent
to
me
his
this video. Is it on Aslan's clips? It's on his clips. Kebab, God made. Let's pray for our boys who are in harm's way. PSNs are wasted for someone
Admiral
else's
Vance did
war.
not acknowledge them. He
Odin
did not
says
even
that,
look
I
at
got
them.
that one.
His eyes
The
were
Bob
locked on the
Godman
old
says,
man
just
in the
saying you
corner.
don't pay taxes because you want huge military or trying to fund Mogadishu. You pay taxes because they'll throw you in the cage or something. Mike Dennis says, is a troll. Oh, got that one. Ohika says that take the H2O. White Hat says, remember the chat. Remember the chant to Death to America. Death to the West chants. Ohika with those 5 gifties. Well, dude, what are the odds of folks that have a problem with Trump in his current situation and never move their fathers? Bob says, oh, you know Lindsey Graham, after hearing this, is harder than a diamond, and Paul's wife, that is is true, sadly. Redline says this reminds me a lot of the first Gulf War. Valkyria Winters is 23
It's like right when I turn, he fucking shows up, man.
ain't giving you tax. Really? But thank you. Good to see you here. Israel issues nationwide warning.
It was successful that literally no shot essentially got sent.
Trump expected to address the nation on Saturday morning. That's from Axios. That just came in about 15 minutes ago. So Trump set to address the nation on Saturday morning.
There's someone on top of us, I'm pretty sure.
Already addressed what's going on. So again, if you are curious, Trump did upload this to Twitter directly. It already has a ton of views and a ton of reaction. Yeah, that's probably going to be one of the more viewed videos that Trump has made. Tons of comments.
No, dude, I hear them above us.
So, it is cooking for sure. Overall, for people wanting
Take what you can carry.
sarcasm aside, all right, dropping the sarcasm, because I use it a lot, especially when I'm tired as hell. It's 5:30 a.m. Eastern right now, so I'm very tired and I'm very sarcastic.
Oh, he's over there.
And this is it my third stream?
Yep.
I think it's my third stream. Anyway, my take on this is that this is something that Trump has been talking about for a long time. He's very consistent with Trump. Obviously, don't like war, don't want us in any forever wars, don't want us in any prolonged war or anything like that. Obviously, I've been a Trump supporter since 2016.
He's right here at this corner.
President Trump to do what's best for this country, and
Nice, dude.
so I'm fully supportive of the operation as it stands right now. I think that this needs to be dealt with quickly.
I got one. I don't know if there's another.
Precisely because if this drags out, this is going to be a dark cloud hanging over the administration after the midterms. So the sooner the better, and that's kind of an obvious statement to make, but it is clear. If you remember the Venezuela thing that happened not too long ago, and the internet went ballistic over that news, and they're like, oh my God, we're attacking Venezuela now. Oh, what happened to new wars? Because people are so quick to react to stuff now. Like, this TikTok generation of people that can't let anything cook.
Oh, hold on. Forgot which button it was.
They have to make a definitive claim about every single thing that has happened, about every single detail, every single piece of nuance. It's like, no.
Take what you can carry.
They just react because TikTok and social media has rewired so many people's brains, and that's just not how anything works in the real world. But social media has broken so many people that they don't have the ability to compartmentalize anything anymore.
Bro,
so
what the
these things
fuck?
are complicated, and it's going to take time. Now, hypothetically speaking, if we all wake up, I know I keep saying tomorrow because to me it's still Friday night, but hypothetically, by the middle of the day tomorrow, if this is all over and done, and no major loss of life in the United States having like, okay, but we don't.
Whoa! I just flew fucking 7,000 yards away.
3 to 5 days, and at that point in time, then you're gonna start seeing more and more questions.
Somebody's directly above me.
Like, we just don't know yet. You know, so we just need to see
Yeah,
what
they're all
happens, see how this all plays out, and stay calm. That's why you're called panicans, a lot of people out there, because you're a panican. You freak out at everything, and you just think the worst of everything. Like I said, growing up, I'm an old man now at this point in time, but we live in a world that self-awareness and understanding of the world we live in seems to be missing on so many people. the world we live in right now is that we wake up every day and we are told the worst news in the world all day, every day. No matter what it is, no matter where it's from. Social media is beating us over the head with the worst news in the world from all over the world, 24/7. When I was growing up, I didn't know what was happening in the next fucking neighborhood to me, much less all over the fucking world. And so we have this idea that the world is falling apart and everything is terrible now. It was always terrible. There was always bad shit happening in the world. Just because we were sitting there playing with our G.I. Joes and not a worry in the world was still fucked up. We just weren't told about it 24/7 because a phone and our laptop and computers and technology is feeding our brains constantly. And some people don't have the ability to understand it. Some people don't think because all they do is consume. They don't have the ability to go, you know, social media's kind of got us all fucked up. Maybe we should take a step back and kind of breathe a little bit. But so it is what it is, man. And I'm not saying that I've had to go through learning that too and rewire how I approach a lot of this stuff. Now, this is a major news story. We would know about this, all right? We would know about a lot of these major things, but that doesn't mean that every fact in the world that has basically just beaten us over the head for the last 10, 15 years. It's like, oh, the world's so terrible. Everything's falling apart.
He's on the other side of the building and you can fucking destroy it like that.
So, let's see what happens. Let's see how this all plays out. And, you know, then we can have a logical, level-headed conversation about it. Or you can just blame Israel for all your fucking problems.
And Iran's president were targeted in strikes against the Iranian capital of Tehran. Also targeted were the commanding officers responsible, according to this official, for the mass murder of Iranian protesters. The official adds that battle damage assessments will come out later. But again, this is a massive development. A senior Israeli official telling Fox News that Iran's
Dude, the range of these fucking rounds are insane.
So the Ayatollah Khamenei and Masoud Pezeshkian were targeted in Israeli strikes against the capital of Tehran. We don't know if they were successful as of yet. These battle damage assessments take some time, but it gives you a sense that the Americans and the Israelis again chose the option that was on the table for military action against Iran. At this hour, the Iranians are still responding with ballistic missile fire against Israel. More alerts just sounded on phones across this country, urging people to get into bomb shelters. This will be a back and forth that continues in the days ahead. As the Iranians
The attack helicopter's right behind that building. It's like landed over there.
Gulf countries, from the UAE to Saudi Arabia to Bahrain. This is a regional war that is developing following these American and Israeli strikes against Iranian leadership. And you can hear that right there.
This is gone.
No, it's right over there.
Enemy helicopter! Cut it down!
Just stay with us, group.
Crazy, man.
Fucking kidding me, dude. Oh.
Jay, I'm pissed you're supporting this bill. Well, Jay Byrne, I have a recommendation for you. You should put on a tape, and you can be Superman about it. I don't give a fuck.
And Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian were targeted in these strikes. The Israelis looking to decapitate Iranian leadership to, as how some described in the planning process, cut the head of the state. And the Americans supporting the Israelis in these strikes. This was a combined effort to take out Iranian leadership. Just here. Okay, you can see right now And you can see those lines of white smoke. Those are the interceptors that are currently in the air right now, looking to intercept the incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire. You see, this is live right now. As those sirens sounded, millions of people across central Israel are in bomb shelters as the Israelis look to shoot down this incoming Iranian fire. And Griffin, just gives you a sense of how kinetic this is going to be in the hours and days ahead. And Trump overnight making that address to the world. You can hear the explosions there. Interceptors that are successfully shooting down those incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. And again, it's not just here in central Israel, Griff, it is across this country, and you hear those explosions there as these missiles are being shot down in the distance. Griff.
Trey, a frightening moment there.
Because I think
Please
that's
stay
understandable discomfort. I'm sure you guys do.
This is likely going to be days, not hours. And Israeli people not new to
I'm curious if Ben Shapiro in Israel, is he helping fight? I am pretty so he should be okay.
The tiered missile defense system at the lowest level, the Iron Dome. Then they had David Sling, and then they have the Arrow 2 and 3 system, and all of those systems will be on standby, prepared to shoot down incoming fire. What you just saw there was likely the Arrow 2 or 3 system, again shooting down.
Now the anti-Israel people are like, is he on our side? No, I'm not on your side. But I'm not on little Ben Shapiro's side either. I don't like Lil Ben Shapiro. I don't like his pro-Israel bullshit. I
Fucking
can't stand
take
him.
the
I can't
helicopter,
stand
man.
him. So
I hate how we can't even get in it. Like, it's not full. Why can't we get in it? It's fucking retarded.
Several days and even
Bro, like
weeks,
I'm mashing the fucking button and I still can't get in.
across the Middle East and here in Israel, many of them carrying these missile defense systems and the interceptors that are needed. So the preparation for this operation that was launched by President Trump.
Cam says he's in Nashville. Good old Nashville. I don't know if I said that right. So spurg out at something, Jeremy. I'm trying. Listen. I'm gonna tell all of my sarcasm and arguing with you is to help keep me going. So I gotta do something to keep me just like talking shit and all of that.
Oh my god, dude, those things are so good.
Holy crap. Wow, look at this tweet right here.
Dude, fucking noob tubes are insane though.
How is this tweet still up? I don't even want to show it, to be honest, but I'm going to. Yo, Iran. Pointing to Mar-a-Lago. So this account is essentially saying,
Dude,
yo,
he's
Iran,
so far up in the sky, man. Like,
so, yeah. But that's, got 12,000 views.
yeah. This guy killed 3 people in like a second with that gun, dude. Like, what the fuck?
All right. See where we're at. Odin, the German Shepherd, says that no new wars would be nice. Agreed. I mean, yes, but I'm also not sure that this would qualify as a new war. I don't think this qualifies as a new war. I think this one's been going on for a long time. Shrex said, Jeremy, what's the difference between Trump and Bush, and how many Iranians are we going to have to let in? Well, there's plenty of differences. If you're asking let's see. Patriotic Eagle says the dim freakout is going to be simple. White Hat says that the new gay prime minister would help Iran. Lane says I just DM'd you the Asman vid would be a great react. It's a great video on a YouTuber dealing with what's going on from his perspective. Noted. ACC says, put me on your lap, Jeremy, hoping I'm scared. I'll pass. And Hope says, Luke Shapiro, you will do it. Listen, I've said this many times. I actually like Ben Shapiro's political, or his pop culture takes, and I hate his political takes. Anytime Ben Shapiro talks about politics, I would like to say what I would like to do, but this is on YouTube.
Fucking bullshit.
So, like, I would just say, like, the Logan Paul Forest video. That's what I would like to do at that point. It's just like, I just want to be done. I don't want to be here anymore. When I listen to Ben Shapiro talk about politics, it's Minecraft, all right? That's what I'm just like, I don't even want to be here anymore. Like, the man's politics are horrible, but his pop culture takes are good. So there's that. Gannon says, I'm worried about the CCP trying to make their move on Taiwan this weekend. May need to watch that. Jocko Strap says, thanks for hanging in there. I appreciate you guys being here with me. Liberty Prime says, dance, I ran so far away. I need to watch that video. I repeat, y'all just let Trump cook. That's where I'm at.
This fucking map again,
Patriotic
dude.
Eagle says, Halo 199. I remember Trump told the Ayatollah, I know where you're hiding. I trust Trump. Keep going, brother. Blessed to be here. Thank you, man. Let me see what this video is Hayden Wayne's got for me. Here we go.
Viewer, thank you to Nomad and Asmongold. Nomad's one of my mods.
Hi, this video is going to be way different from the videos I have made in the past. And I never planned on making a video like this. As many of you may know, I currently live in a country where it's not doing well. I want to give a massive thanks to Asmongold and Nomad for giving...
Okay, this is a longer video, and so I definitely will check this out, Hayden. I probably won't do it right now because there's just too many stories going on right now, but I will bookmark that, and I will check that out.
And this fucking guy went in the damn helicopter, yeah.
So I will check that out. I will know that. Thank you so much. Let me see. Pro Israel and anti-Israel was incredibly irritating. And that's what's funny is they both think that the other is annoying. We're like, we're both annoying.
For the moment, these skies are peaceful. They have lured pilots with interceptions this morning. And I think it took a very great man to back against that in the peaceful community.
Adam, thank you very much. Well, it's often said that truth is the first to the war, but it is worth repeating what has been said. Iranians are saying that their army chief, Major General Amir
Got you, Hayden. I got you.
Commanding the armed forces, the Revolutionary Guard Corps says Tehran retaliation is decisively defeated. The political analyst and former Middle East advisor at the U.S. Department of Defense, Jasmine El-Gamal. Good morning. And why this and why now, do you think?
Good morning, Mark. Well, look, that's a really good question, and the answer is
Where the
not
fuck
clear
is he?
because what we have here are two conflicting.
Well, I could have said that. I could have said that.
Leading up to these attacks, the U.S. and Israeli sources have been saying that they've been unhappy with the progress in the nuclear talks and that they don't see the outlines of a deal happening. The Omani foreign minister, on the other hand, Oman has...
Yeah, she doesn't know what's going on. I give you the short version. Yeah, she doesn't. But we have to fill airtime here on this show, so I'm going to kind of bullshit my way through this. I do like the guy in Australia, but yeah, that's all that was. Impeach Trump? Oh well, they've already done that multiple times, but I'm sure another one will be around the corner soon, and you can jerk off to that. But yeah. Yes, Chinese Australia is based. They're funny as hell. So, this is Trump's speech from earlier. I'm sure most of you have already heard it by now. This is going to be the most replayed thing. Now, the rumor is that Trump is supposed to address the nation this morning. So, we don't know what time or anything like that. But that's the latest rumor. I feel like Twitter is not refreshing. But let's see. Yeah, for some reason Twitter is not refreshing. There we go. Okay. Fine. Took forever. Benjamin says, let's see, I'm now questioning the constitutionality of the War Powers Resolution Act. Why the flip-flop would Congress delegate some of their approval power? War Wizard says, your rent-free occupation in Quartering Head is eating up my free time with all the 6-hour clip videos on the casino. I mean, I don't... The casino is just, they're so funny, man. They're so fucking funny. ACC, what is this mean? I am tired. I can't deal with this shit. I appreciate it.
We now control more objectives. Defend all positions.
Let's see what we know. You've all heard it.
Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
I love how the fucking tank isn't able to move and it's smoking, and I hit it with a fucking RPG and it does nothing.
Israel have begun in Iran, striking multiple targets, the capital in Tehran, but also in other cities in multiple locations. With Iran retaliating, striking in Israel, launching missiles. No casualties have been heard in Israel, but obviously the Southern Trade Games, the bomb shelters are filled as missiles are launched there. Also, Iran responding at multiple Middle Eastern countries, in Bahrain, in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, in Qatar. Let's go now to Justin Fulcher, who is a former senior advisor to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and former Pentagon official. Justin, good morning. What do you make of what we're waking up to this morning?
I think what we've seen is that last night's actions were not impulsive. This was a deliberate and coordinated military operation designed to degrade Iran's capacity, which is a very clear threat to the United States and our forces across the region. The U.S. and Iran have been negotiating for months, really since Operation Midnight Hammer, yet Iran is continuing to advance into this mission.
Otis says, is Iran a danger to Canada or Mexico? Should they volunteer also?
Oh, I can't even fucking move.
Nobody's going to fuck with Canada or Mexico because they share borders with the United States. That's a little secret that nobody knows. But yeah, Canada and Mexico don't have to worry about shit because the USA takes care of every fucking thing. That's the bottom line. So they can sleep at night night, or they can run their cartels, or they can, you know, they can run their illegal bank account bullshit in Canada. They can do whatever the fuck they want, because nobody's gonna fuck with them, because America takes care of all the problems. So you're welcome, Canada. You're welcome. Lawrence is Caesar tweeted out this: Trump at 80 years old would rather drag America into World War III than to have Epstein black Liberty Prime is just dropping 99 cents super stickers. Thank you, Liberty Prime.
Details around specific targets, how effective they were, and ultimately, you know, the path moving forward. He's made it extremely clear that he's going to do whatever it takes to back up and prevent Iran from developing advanced nuclear capabilities. And what we've seen from some of the reporting on the ground and around the region is that it appears to be that the U.S. has been striking key military advantages and assets that Iran has, and Israel's been overstating their approach, targeting some of them.
If Trump is going to address the nation this morning, whatever this morning is, I might want to go get like 3 or 4 hours of sleep and then get back on it, because I will be right back here. So if I could just get like 3 hours of sleep, I'll be good.
Objective Delta is under control.
Going to have to say something that I didn't think I was going to say. I was wrong about all of you. I was wrong. And I sincerely apologize for being so wrong. I was under the impression that you guys were just retarded. But after doing my research, I'm not even sure retarded is the proper explanation for what you idiots are. Like, holy shit, I'm blown away. You make retarded people look smart. So I apologize, okay? I apologize completely. But either way, wanted to start out with a little bit of sarcasm, because the internet is a lovely place
That
right
guy was
now.
fucking retarded. Holy shit.
It doesn't matter what side of this thing you are on. People are catching hell, no matter what. And everybody that's catching hell is playing the victim. You're like, I can't believe people are attacking me for my opinion. It's like, welcome to the internet, man. It is the Thunderdome right now. It doesn't matter if you're supporting the war. It doesn't matter if you're against it. It doesn't matter if you support Israel. It doesn't matter if you're anti-Israel. It doesn't matter if you don't give a shit about Israel. There is it's the Thunderdome right now, and it is no place for the weak. Holy shit. It is a wild time right now, and I am loving it.
Here, dog, I'll put their missiles on cooldown for you, dog.
So anyway, let's jump
Nice,
right into it.
dude.
So right now, we just got this story right here. There are signs that Iran's supreme leader is no longer alive. That is according to Israel's prime minister. So that has not been confirmed yet, but that's where we are.
Yeah, John,
That's the biggest choke of the century.
we're following developments on the ground here, and just moments ago, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed his country.
My God, man, get them out of D.
Saying that the Israelis targeted the compound of Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, and Netanyahu goes on to say there are many signs that he is no longer. Again, not confirmation that he was killed, but the Israelis think they were successful in the strike against Iran's supreme leader. Obviously, this would be a massive blow to the Iranian regime if confirmed. He is not only a figurehead, but the man in charge of the entire country and many of the hardline positions as it relates to Iran's nuclear program and their expanding ballistic missile program that they put into force today in response to the U.S. and Israeli strikes against their country. Throughout the day, millions of Israelis sheltering underground or in protected rooms as ballistic missiles rain down on major population
Dude, this gun
centers
has
here.
17 bullets in the
We watched from
mag.
this balcony as many of these
Level
missiles were
40 to
intercepted
get
by Israel's
27 bullets.
advanced
Like,
missile
oh,
defense systems.
fuck.
We also know at this hour the Israelis say they are still striking targets inside of Iran. Fox News has learned that this morning, when the initial wave of strikes was ordered, the Israelis launched the largest sortie of planes they have.
So there you have it right there. And I specifically wanted to start out with our source being Netflix Yahoo. Just in the event that people were not upset enough at me, I wanted to make them a little more upset. But we do have, seriously, like, at this point in time, one of my primary concerns, and I would say one of the major concerns for most people, most level-headed people, is the safety of our troops. And right now, in the most recent update that we received, which is not so long ago,
I love how
there
one
are
hit
no
with the
American
RPG kills me.
casualties following the strikes with Iran,
Like, the
according to
inconsistencies
Fox
of this
News.
game is fucking
The U.S.
retarded.
military says no American casualties, minimal damage so far, after hundreds of Iranian missiles and drone attacks.
The Iranians held back in their response. And it really wasn't until day 2 or day 3 or day 4 when the missile barrage was aimed at Israel. The reason I bring that up, I just want to get your initial reaction to what we have seen in the response on behalf of the Iranians. Maybe it suggests something, or maybe they're just going to...
Now, the people that are most affected by there not being any U.S. casualties are the black pillars out there, because trust me, all of those guys are hoping and praying that they can build a narrative around the loss of United States soldiers' lives. So that's the sad reality of where we are.
Future pattern, but when the U.S. military says no American casualties, minimal damage so far, after hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks have been launched, what we don't know is, of those hundreds, how many were drones and how many were missiles. And I think it's very important because it appears to me that missiles are much more complicated, drones not so much. But if we don't see this, a measure of the activity that we saw in June on day 2 or day 3 or day 4, that tells us, I think, that the Israelis and the U.S. military has locked onto these missile sites in western Iran. If we have rendered them useless and taken them out, this thing militarily may be something that
Dude, I have a teammate right
only a couple of
there,
days.
man.
So that's the most recent update we have on that. So obviously that's good news. I saw we had, is that, it's Harvey, right? Isn't this you? Pretend gifted memberships. Again, with the ads, it's like it doesn't even tell me who it is, but I recognize the profile picture. Thank you, brother, for the 10 gifted memberships. Stormbreakers is all hail, Cobra Commander, Jeremy, and King Trump. Trump should be king of the world. Southeastern Kaiju says Cobra Cast, the most trusted news online. We are fucked if that's the case. All right, we are fucked. Dorkman, and this, I'm not sure how to feel about this one. Went to bed seeing Jeremy's face, waking up to Jeremy's face. I can't account for the time between. That is the most uncomfortable comment anyone has ever left on my YouTube channel. But I do appreciate it. 47-year dictator taken out by the 37th president. Let's freaking go. Packy Proton says, correct me if I'm wrong, but this all started when Iran killed 200 brave soldiers, and now losers like Russia, China, and Dems are condemning us. Can we make the next? I believe it was over 200 back in the early 80s or whatever. I think it was like 250 or something like that. Marmelon says, late pre-stream grift tax. Also, indeed, I was not paying attention to YouTube Twitter last night when you went live. I know we missed you, brother. We missed you, but I understand. And again, I really wish Trump would take into consideration certain things. And again, a lot of the black pillars are complaining about Trump and you know, crying about Trump. And like, I'm not against complaining about Trump. I just wish that their complaints were not as misguided. Like, I have real beef with Trump right now. Real beef. Like, I got a real problem. And this is actually, I may not be able to support the GOP in 2028 based on this. So last night, I was getting ready to play Resident Evil Requiem. And I've already played it for about an hour, and I was like, I'm going to get way more into this. And then all of a sudden, war starts. And I'm like, Trump, I'm trying to play Resident Evil. Seriously, man, what are we doing? And that's a serious issue for me. So if we're going to complain about Trump, let's complain about Trump.
Damn, dog, I just saved your life.
Let's talk about some real
Thanks,
stuff,
dude.
okay? Somebody said, okay, traitor. Did you believe my... Okay, there's going to be a link again. There's a lot of people that have never watched me that have no idea that I use 80 to 90% sarcasm. All right? So... Eric John Pizza Artist says, if the world is going to end, I'll be right here kicking back listening to George Randy Allen at Alabama on repeat until it goes down. Now give me a, oh, hell yeah. A little bit of Stone Cold Steve Austin. You had me in the first half, not going to lie. Cosmic Cowboy says, for 20, says, I don't like conflict, but I was naive to think that no new wars could actually be achieved. That war sucks, but I am supporting this action by Trump. Also, Dave Smith is a freaking doormat. Hail Cobra Cast. Listen, I mean, that to me, that's kind of my stance on it too. I don't like seeing this, but ultimately, and this is the problem with a lot of these people that have never had a real job in their life, had any no real world experiences. Life is all about having to get your hands dirty, and being a leader is all about making tough decisions that are going to make other people uncomfortable. That is leadership, and that is the price to get things done. Trump knows that there's going to be a lot of people online that are going to be crying about this and creating narratives. The bottom line is leaders have to make tough decisions regardless of any of these beta males and their sensitive feelings out there. So that's just the truth of the matter. Kate says, pre-game grip. What's up, Kate? Good to see you. Skyrider says, I don't want to look at your face anymore, but I need some trustworthy news on Iran. Well, I appreciate that. Pat K199 for 1776 says, to end the Ukraine war, another major power will need to threaten to get involved. Trump is showing the world his threatening business because our allies don't. To maintain peace requires strength. 1,000%. Zwani for 10 says, freedom certainly is not free. No, it's not. And if you don't chip in your $1.05, who will? Some people are gonna understand that reference. And if you understand that reference, we can be friends. Free, amazing, free. So if you don't toss in your $1.05, you will. Thank you, Swanee. I appreciate it. Team America. Whoa, 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 whoa. Breaking news. Iranian Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah is dead. Senior Israeli officials say. Now again, just going off of that account. Hang on. I gotta go pull a Steve Looker. Breaking news! Breaking news! Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Don't believe anything you see online right now, okay? Just, you gotta wait. You gotta wait. Because you never know. Okay? So hold it before you celebrate. I'm looking for, this Bricks News account is a good account. It's a solid account, but I need to see it more confirmed than this. Okay, now I think I'm starting to see where the information is coming from. I don't know if he's confirmed dead, but he certainly got knocked the fuck out.
Damn, dude.
Fuck out. All right. Okay, so let's see if we get more information on this. Managed Democracy just dropped 50 gifted memberships. Let's go. So this is about 30 minutes after we got the reports from Israeli Prime Minister Netflix Yahoo that there were signs that the Ayatollah was dead, but we don't know that yet, okay? So I'm still waiting to see what we know. Now, he did have a press conference scheduled 5 hours ago, and we are yet to... Bro is chilling with the 72 virgins. Sorry, ACC. I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to keep up with all of this. So, yeah. So, right now... Here we go. Gotta find it. It was Medicare had a tweet that I bookmarked. I can't find it right now. But yeah, he basically had a press conference. He was going to make an address about 5 or 6 hours ago, and he's late for
Bro,
that.
it's literally fucking
Nothing
retarded, dude.
We all remember this image right here.
Let's go back.
Oh my fuck.
We all remember that one. There we have it. Is that the reality of where we are? Fox News is reporting on that he might be dead.
Continue to go after those targets. I think the command and control so that Iran is fighting deaf, dumb, and blind. And then those ballistic missile threats, about 1,000 of them, that really is the only way that Iran has to project power. And you don't strike the individual missiles, you strike the launchers and the warehouses and the production facilities. And I think the combination of those two targets, standing by for internal security sites if the protests start rising up.
Secret Service has announced increased security for President Trump. I think that's a given. That's something we would expect for sure. I'm still not seeing anything confirmed. I'm continuing to look. Okay,
Oh shit, it's right there.
Accounts are posting that he is dead. But I'm still not going to say that's a yes or no 100% yes.
It's over.
But I'm seeing a lot of accounts posting that he is dead. And that is from Israeli intelligence. Let's move! That is not from the USA at this point in time. Unless you believe that Israel controls the USA, and then by that standard, then it is from the USA. Yeah, I guess it just depends on what podcast you listen to, and how you want to approach it.
Come on, dude. There's always a fucking faggot back there, bro.
Iran International reporting the same.
Language.
If Iranian media is reporting it, then that is that's going to be interesting. Cam Higby said, "Breaking: man who shouts death to America gets death from America." That's a pretty good line right there. It's been rumored for several hours that he was no longer with us, but we did also get these reports that his son-in-law and daughter-in-law were also killed in the strikes that happened last night. That was about 3 or 4 hours ago. That was reported out there. So I am keeping my eye on things. Twitter is kind of a shit show right now. Let's see here. All right, so massive Trump win. Ayatollah is reported dead by Israel as official confirmation is awaited by the U.S. How are liberals going to spin this one? Now, what's interesting is if, in fact, this is true, now that doesn't mean that everything is over, yada, yada, yada. But here's what I want.
Damn, dude. This guy's shit-talking here.
And this is the best point, and this is the most level-headed and best point I've heard anybody make right here. Michael Knowles says this right here. This is perfect.
If this goes south, President Trump is risking not only his foreign policy credibility, but perhaps his whole presidential legacy.
Dude, why is it
precisely
these
the way
fucking
George
gay
Bush
maps that we're getting?
I
like,
agree with that. If this, and this is the risk versus reward factor of what is happening in Iran. Trump is rolling. He's putting everything on this one. Everything. And I know that there are people like me and a lot of you that are going to still know that Trump is great, but it's about the optics. If this goes south, it would be bad for him.
However, if this works, if the United States ousts the Ayatollah, who has been an enemy of the United States since the regime took power in 1979. If the United States succeeds in regime change in Iran and helps to bring about a more pro-Western and more popular regime there, this will be the greatest foreign policy accomplishment of any president in our lifetime since the end of the Cold War. So all of that to say, we don't know what's going to happen, and anyone who tells you what's going to happen tomorrow or the day after in a war is lying to you or ignorant. However, the one thing we know with certainty is the stakes could not possibly be higher for the White House.
That's true. And listen, and I say this, was it Mays Moore or was it, there was a post I wanted to show, and there is so much news happening right now. But the thing is, and that's what's happening on social media right now, is that I'm somewhat of an Iranian expert myself. We're seeing a lot of that go on. And it's important, like right here. Okay, so this is essentially what we're seeing on social media. All right, so they were Epstein Files experts, but now Iran war experts. Now, even me, and I could have the opportunity to flex. I could. But I rarely ever flex like that, okay? But I'm gonna flex right now for a minute, all right? To let you know that I'm not flexing. Now, I could tell you exactly what's gonna go down in this Iran war. I could tell you everything that's going to happen over the next 3 to 5 days, over the next, 2 to 4 weeks. Why could I tell you that? Because I served 4 tours in Modern Warfare 2. All right? Now, I don't like to brag about this, and there's a lot of things about my time in the Modern Warfare 2 lobbies that I don't really want to remember. But I don't pretend to know every answer because I served in Modern Warfare 2. A lot of these people on Twitter, they think because they played a video game, they know everything. That's the difference between them and me. So we will see what the latest is here. Jeremy turned into a total smart ass, a pretend know-it-all. That's true. Okay, so at this time, multiple reports are claiming that the Iran Supreme Leader has been killed and that his body was recovered during Trump's operation in Iran. This is still developing. There has been no United States confirmation that I can find right now. Now, we also did see these videos of these Iranian kids celebrating. Seeing that across social media right now, but Owen Schroyer is very upset, and we should worry about his feelings. His feelings matter more than anyone else's, for sure. Okay, breaking. Netanyahu has viewed footage showing the body of Supreme Leader, marking the officials described as the end of an era. It's being widely reported, but still not by any United States sources. So until I hear from a U.S. source, specifically the Trump White House, I am not going to believe this. I'm not going to believe this. Ghost said, let's see. Ghost says, once again, Owen Schroyer went to prison for MAGA. You haven't done shit. I sit on my ass and make super chats for MAGA. Tell me who else is doing that, okay? Tell me who else, and I put memes of Trump up. So yeah, pretty sure I've got the street cred to back up what I'm saying, okay?
Continues in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
All right, trying to see. Nothing from the Trump White House yet. Nothing yet.
My God, dude, I was just there and he
I
wasn't
feel like we
fucking
should keep
there.
this image up right now because I think the chat would like that for right now until we can get some confirmation. Let me see here.
Damn, dog, this is such a useful helicopter.
Nothing there, nothing there. There was a live protest in New York, by the way. Yes, liberals are apparently protesting the Iran attacks in New York as we speak. Let me see if that stream is still up. If this is live, I believe this is live.
Yay.
What?
Got the other helicopter.
Alright, I want to take out that AA.
Yeah, well, there's somebody right here.
Bro, look at that though.
Bro, like, how the fuck?
It's like a deleted scene from
Wow, and then someone else gets the fucking
Nope, in front of us.
Okay.
I can't even fucking
That's
shoot
not
the missile.
That's not funny. That's not funny.
It's painted, but I can't lock onto it. Does that make any sense?
The Americans have surrounded us. They brought aircraft carriers and B-2 bombers and shit like that. Totally unrelated to that news. I have to take a tiny little vacation in the Caribbean. You know I have family.
Yeah, the smaller helicopter is gonna come back to get us.
Very much. Plus, I'm usually the life of the party. Anyway, I will see you later and
Fuck are they painting
good
us?
luck in the coming days. Okay.
All right, still looking for confirmation from the United States, which we do not have. We do have Iranian teenagers celebrating the strikes on the Ayatollah's regime.
I could fucking shoot 5 missiles, he doesn't die, dude.
What?
That other helicopter.
Dude, that thing melts, man. Yeah, see, like fucking 2 minutes with you flying, and I can actually get a kill.
Make Trump king at this point.
Everyone else just flies
Make him
around,
king.
and I can't even fucking look at someone for more than half a second.
Let me go back to this feed. I want to see. I'm keeping my eye on all of the official Trump administration feeds. Benny Johnson just posted. Where did it go? Benny Johnson just posted that he's that the Ayatollah is dead. Hang on, let me go back. Twitter skipped it out on me. So, Benny Johnson says breaking: Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah has been confirmed dead. Now, I think Benny is still going on the Israeli sources, but now it says according to Axios. Let's see, Israel's ambassador to the United States has informed senior officials in Washington
Somebody's flying it.
that the Ayatollah
They
has
got it
been
already?
killed.
No, I'm
So
talking,
that is again
talking about
Axios.
the
smaller one.
Axios.
No, the
A
attack.
lot of those times they're
So we
full
want
of
the
shit.
Pantera?
At 80. Yeah, it's at 90%.
This is legit.
About to
This
spawn
looks
in.
like he's done.
Tell me you got it.
Yeah, I got
Trying to
Okay.
see this. Wait for them to go
I'm in
back
it.
live and see if they confirm anything. Let's get to the live.
Do you want to fly or?
Like, I'm on it. I'm so bad at flying, and I don't even have the control set up to where I would even understand the mechanics.
Our Fox team coverage happens right now. Craig Anthony is live on the ground in Tel Aviv.
Turns out correspondent C.B. Cotton reporting live outside of the United Nations, where we expect to hear at the UN Security Council from Michael Waltz. Hey, C.B.
Hey, John, so we're less than an hour out from this emergency session of
Up on the mountain.
Security Council meeting. This meeting was requested by at least 5 countries, and we know France will give its
Thomas Massey, very upset
Oh shit, I nearly got sniped.
With this,
What? Nah, dude.
yeah,
I was in third person. That
he's
fucking
hit
thing
the
was
toughest.
way to our
This is a
right.
tough day for Thomas Massey. Really sorry, Thomas.
Oh,
It's going to be a tough one for you to
fuck
campaign
God.
on, I guess.
Like,
So, it's tough. Alright, Thomas Massey's free. Okay. So we do have crowds are gathering in Boston to support President Trump. So we do have people that are gathering in Boston to support Trump.
Oh my god, dude, the timing, bro.
All right, let me catch up on it.
Every time, I do 90% of the damage, and you just get the fucking kill for it.
Never felt better. Wait till our government confirms it. That is my least favorite part of what I do is that I have to be on social media all day long. And I do believe that social media absolutely,
I'm fucking tired of this shit, man.
you know, they get online and they preach about how all of these things are bad for you. But they're getting on social media to tell you that other things are bad for you, when in reality, being on social media all day long is the worst thing for you. But these people like to get on social media to preach to other people that other things are bad for you. It's almost like the billboard sign when you're driving down the interstate and there's a billboard sign that says, "Don't text and drive." And it's like, you just put up a fucking billboard on the interstate telling me not to text and drive. In order for me to read your stupid billboard, I have to look away from traffic to read your stupid billboard. It's safer to text and drive at that point, you stupid idiots. Like, what are you doing? Hey, let's save lives by putting signs up so people can read about not texting and driving. By the way, when I mean get off social media, I don't mean my channel. You should stay on my channel. You should get off of every other social media platform, though. My channel, that's the exception to the rule. Thank you, Nandy. I appreciate it, man. Juani says street cred tax. Absolutely.
It's lucky with a fucking tank shot, dude. A tow missile.
First it was Ukraine, then Free Palestine, no king, stop ICE, Epstein files, now it's Iran. This is perfect. Spot on. Odin the German Shepherd says, CobraCast is my only social media. That's what's up, brother. I appreciate that. Even when we disagree on stuff, you're cool, man. But Sinetro says, yeah, Trump moves so fast, Dems can't stay focused on one thing to hate. First it was Ukraine, then Free Palestine, then no kings, then the Stop ICE, Epstein files, now it's Iran. Next week they'll be crying about something else. That is very, very accurate, indeed. John Wayne says, the amount of whiny, hysterical, menstrual, bleeding screamers is, the sky is falling in the chat and comments of last night's stream was unreal. All losers and pessimists. Well, I mean, again, though, this is a mega viral thing, so it's just like we're transcending my normal audience, which is totally fine with me. The point of being online is to, you know, get as many people to watch your shit as possible. Let's hear what this update is really quick.
We just got this in literally 2 minutes ago, but Fox News can confirm that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead.
Whoa!
Following Israeli strikes against his compound and location earlier today.
Whoa!
A senior Israeli official confirming this news. Earlier tonight, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
Didn't even let me fucking get into it until I went over the helicopter on the map instead of the spawn.
You know, the breakdown in strikes focused on leadership for the Israelis and military targets initially for the Americans, and has since expanded as this campaign is expected to continue in the days and possibly even weeks ahead. As we're looking at the current situation across the region, we're also gathering new information on what the Israelis have been doing against Iran. We are told from a military official that the largest Israeli Air Force sortie against any country in the world was conducted this morning with 200 Israeli fighter jets targeting 500 military stations, dropping hundreds of munitions on a variety of different targets. working to neutralize the incoming ballistic missile fire that has targeted their country throughout the day. Sirens sounded across Israel throughout the afternoon, sending millions of people into bomb shelters. But again, the takeaway here, the Israelis have killed Iran's supreme leader. That is being confirmed to Fox News by a senior Israeli official.
Now.
John Sanders.
Okay, so Trey, you're obviously breaking
Oh,
down.
They are confirming this from the same source that everybody else is, but they know who these people are. So, again, I don't believe everything Fox News says. This seems to be, until I hear it from the Trump administration, is 100%, but it's solid sourcing. Right
Dude, everybody's getting lucky today, man. Look how fucking far away he is.
Obviously on the ground in Iran and all over the Middle East region.
Our troops have captured Charlie.
Absolutely. This is a major blow to the Iranian regime.
Yeah, we were so close to a tank and it just wouldn't fucking lock on. It was, I had him centered as best I could, but it just wouldn't fucking lock on. We wouldn't have enough time to
the hardline positions that made it impossible for the Americans to reach a diplomatic solution with the Iranians. And that led to a variety of conversations behind the scenes. And I can also report, having just gotten off of a background call with a U.S. official, that there were attempts made by the Trump administration, really olive branches given to the Iranians at the negotiating table, asking them to find a solution on the nuclear issue. These other issues, their ballistic missile program, their support of regional proxies, and even the crackdown on protesters, the Trump administration initially was willing to ignore those issues.
I really, really hope that we get another moment like this. If you guys remember, Jimmy Kimmel tried to make fun of Trump with this, and it ended up making Trump look like the coolest person ever. So I hope we get another moment from Trump like this.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead.
The United States launched a targeted operation against that compound.
They did a lot of shooting, and they did a lot
If you want me to fly, I guess I will. I don't know how well I'll do, but...
If you're a normal person, you say knock knock, may I come in?
After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody.
I don't know what I'm doing.
He died like a dog.
Oh, you want to switch? Or?
I don't even know how, but...
Just go land backward.
Oh, fuck me.
I don't get any credit for this, but it's okay.
There, guy.
May God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
And I'm writing a book.
Oh.
And I wrote 12. Doing it very well.
Oh, yeah, like...
You tried to make fun of Trump, and you only make him look like the coolest person ever. So I can't wait for Trump's speech.
And despite the efforts by top negotiators that were sent to Oman and to Switzerland, whether it be Special Envoy Steve Witkoff or President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, who we know have been working across the region around the clock over the past year, not just on this issue, but also to get a ceasefire in Gaza and implement the new board of peace.
Nice.
The fuck were we getting?
Fucking.
The understanding was that the
I think it's the small helicopter.
These were the last
like that?
for the region
Like that
between
accurate?
stability and instability. And this decision
Yeah,
was
some
made
people are
overnight by
really
President
fucking
Trump
good
and
with
Israeli
it.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to launch these extensive strikes across Iran in order to neutralize that threat. President Trump overnight, when he made those remarks, said there could be American casualties. This is going to be a difficult fight, because no war is easy, despite the fact that by tomorrow the Israelis believe they will have air superiority over the skies of Iran.
Many people, there's a lot of reports saying his body has been found. It is 100% confirmed at this point in time. So those are a lot of the reports that we're seeing. Still waiting to hear directly from the Trump administration on this, but it's being widely reported now the Ayatollah is dead and that they have confirmed it with finding his body in the rubble of an obliterated compound. So I think that it's a perfect time once again to play this iconic viral moment right here. We all remember this one.
Well. You can unlock a fucking automatic grenade launcher for the small helicopter.
Hezbollah, according to an intelligence official I
For
spoke
the
to recently,
primary
still
or the
has
secondary?
thousands of rockets and missiles, and around
The
half of them
secondary.
are within range of Israeli cities. And
So what, I
this
assume I
is
have
a
to
serious
use the
threat
helicopter?
Actually, no. For the primary, instead of the miniguns, I think, yeah, you have to use it.
arsenal. It still poses a threat to Israel. You might remember, as we reported,
They put it on this map too, right?
News, the Ayatollah
The bridge.
is upset. Okay, Ayatollah's upset.
Yeah, I think they switched the combat helicopter.
Okay, so he says that he is very upset because
Oh,
when
it's
he
not
was
both?
told he
Like,
would
we don't
get
have access to
72
both?
versions, he
I
didn't
don't
realize
think
that
so.
it was just a bunch of Reddit mods that were dudes. That's a bad deal right there. Like,
But
that's
to me,
a bad
it's
deal.
kind of hard
He-
to see which
So he was
helicopter
very
it is
upset
unless
that
you're
he really thought that the
using
72
it.
versions were going to be a bunch of women, but in fact it turned out to be a bunch of male Reddit mods. Fuck, that's gotta suck. Another win for Trump.
Iran's supreme leader was targeted, they would get directly involved in this war. And so that is where Israel is focused right now. As it relates to the situation on the ground in Iran, we do have to step back amid all of this military action and these serious decisions that were made by
God damn it, dude.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There is still an understanding about how the structure of the Iranian regime operates. Iran's supreme leader reportedly had already prepared successors. Iran's IRGC had already prepared successors for the top commanders of their military, understanding that if the war erupted, these would be the individuals targeted in such a conflict. And so this isn't over. This is actually just beginning. But it does raise questions about the future of the region and where things are headed once this does conclude.
I think what this does show is, if this gets confirmed through the Trump administration, again, all reports are saying that this, like I said, I know Israel officials are saying it. I know officials are confirming it. The Fox News, Israel officials have sent a letter to the United States confirming this. Once the Trump administration confirms it directly.
Yo, I was a foot away from getting fucking run over, but our tank hit the back of theirs, so he couldn't move.
Now, with that said,
That is fucking lucky.
This shows us the insane accuracy of these operations that Trump and Pete Hegseth are, mapping out. We saw it in Venezuela when everybody freaked out when the Venezuela thing happened. Now, to be fair, if I'm supposed to believe this is World War III, what happened to the last 4 World War IIIs that the Panic said was happening? How can this be World War III if all the other situations were World War III?
Yeah, there's only one
Make it make sense.
helicopter
Because
on this
by
map.
your definition of World War III, we should be on World War VIII at this point, or World War IX. Remember the 12-Day War last year? That was World War III.
There's a bunch of people on the roof, I think.
Everything is World War III to me. Every single thing. So, which is it? Which is it? Let's hear what they're saying again.
Missiles, likely in the days ahead. When they have no nuclear weapon, they have a limited supply of missile launchers, and their regional proxies have been decimated over the past 2.5 years.
Shit, I'm getting off.
It raises a very significant question. What does Iran have left to fight with if this is an extended campaign that lasts for several days or several weeks? They certainly do pose a threat. They have anti-ship missiles. They have ballistic missiles. But their ability that they had, and really we should look at October of 2023, the ability that they had before the war began with Hamas launching the brutal massacre into southern Israel on the morning of October 7th. When you think back
Fucking
2.5 years
bullshit
ago,
is
this is a totally
this?
different Iranian regime. It is a weakened regime. It is a regime that cracked down on protesters, slaughtering, according to President Trump, 32,000 of their own civilians. That's behavior from a regime that is cornered, understanding that they have very limited options of how to respond. And so the days ahead will be quite interesting to see how the Israeli...
FAFO. That's where we are. John freaking Murdoch for 50 says, hey, Jeremy, I didn't know you had a live stream last night, but in my sleep-deprived state, I thought I was seeing things and went back to sleep. Sorry, man. It's all good, brother. It's all, honestly, honestly, I was so tired. I was picking fights with people in the chat just so I could keep my energy level up. Today I'm picking fights because that's just normally what I do. But last night I was picking fights just because I was trying to keep my energy level up. Julianne says, thank God for Trump. Hail the 199. Thank you. Ministry of Something says, I was literally in the middle of trying to finish up your 3 a.m. Panicking chat stream, and here I see your
I
live
just got
again,
killed by
and
3
Iran's
different
leader
people,
is
dude.
not live anymore. What a timeline. What a timeline indeed. Let's see. Hellrat says, D-Day Cobra, this isn't war, just aggressive negotiations. I like your thinking on that. John Jones says, USA, USA, USA. Lydia X Games has got my Cobra Cats hoodie, watching you while
Nice, man.
grinding on my project's tax. Hail to you and the snake pit.
It wouldn't fucking
And yes,
increase
if you're
altitude.
interested, we have a short campaign for the hoodie I'm wearing over on Ripasend. Mods can drop a link to that. You can go check that out, or you can get the bundle for our meetup that's happening in about 3 weeks in Orlando. So you can go check out either one or both if you're interested, and the mods will drop a link and I will pin that post. Let's see, McEnany has truthed Bunny Mom. McEnany. Let's see here. Let's see if we get any.
Been at the meeting, though he doesn't really hold power in Iran. We don't know if members of the IRGC top leadership are there as well, but where do you think this all stands at this point, and where is it headed?
Well, I think Trey gave some great insights.
Bro, people are just DMing the Ayatollah on Twitter. He died with DMs open.
Yeah,
Twitter is a wild place, bro. Twitter is a wild place.
Oh my God, yeah, my parachute.
People are DMing dead dictators now. One more time. Here we go.
Hostiles are attacking objective Charlie.
Yes, Sandra, we just got this in.
Not one bullet hit, dude.
Fox News can confirm that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead following Israeli strikes.
Died like a dog.
This might be somebody coming up. Yep.
A senior Israeli official confirming this news. Earlier tonight, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu describing the strikes
Two guys.
of the supreme leader against much of the Iranian leadership.
So there you have it.
Yes, Sandra.
So President Trump
Some more
is the
might
greatest
be coming up.
president of all time, and it's not even close. Let's see. John Fetterman has been in complete support of President Trump through all of this, shockingly enough.
Wow, I just get
he's
one-shotted
been
from
a
that
little
far?
more
12
level-headed
meters?
Democrats
Holy
for a while.
fuck.
So, Ehab says, while this is probably done for oil and Israel war with Iran at some point
God,
was unavoidable, they've been starting things for decades. It makes the world safer and the region more stable. And managed
Fucking
democracy
gay.
did drop those 50 get the membership. So shouted it out in the moment, but I wanted to circle back to that. Thank you so much. 50 get the memberships. Insane. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, brother. Palto says Venezuela, Iran, the allies of China and Russia are quickly falling. Trump is the most consequential president in a long time. Anyone blackpilling should tune out and vote Kamala. Yeah, I mean, I don't.
So I direct hit him, doesn't kill him. He hits the building on the other side of the wall.
But
For me,
it just seems like
one hit.
Why? Like it just seems like
Unfucking-believable.
patience is the best way to, you know,
Yo,
focus.
oh my God.
Dude.
That fucking what?
And Marco
Yeah, my gun
Rubio,
only has
Mar-a-Lago
17
during the
bullets,
Iran
so
strikes.
if I
JD
miss
Vance,
anything,
Tulsi
I'm
Gabbard,
dead.
Scott Bassett, and others
But
tuning in
he
the
ate both.
situation.
I hit him at
The
least
dream
3
team,
times, 4
freedom
times.
wins. There is President Trump rocking the USA hat. Boom.
Oh my
And
God.
look at JD Advanced. Look at him. Number 48 sitting there. Tulsi Gabbard. Hell yeah. That's what's up, man. So if you're just tuning in, we are just
Wow, you're garbage. And I die by a
breaking
nade.
news
Like,
that the supreme leader of Iran is dead. He died like a dog. That is from Israel officials. So I have not heard anything from the Trump administration directly yet, but Fox News is reporting it. Other media outlets are reporting it. It's all over the place. This is a photo of Iran's Supreme Leader. Dead body has been shown to Trump. That's reported by Raw's Alerts. Now, I like this account. He does a good job. He's also a gay furry. So take that for what you will. The person that runs this account is a gay furry. So I'm not sure how much we can rely on his reporting at all times. Being a gay furry is very much it's a problem. So just want to point that out. Goodbye.
Hostiles are attacking objective Charlie.
Iranian leaders who were all meeting at a compound in Tehran today. Let's bring in Mark Levin now. Who's the...
Oh, no, I don't. Listen, no. I don't want to hear from Mark. I'm sorry. I would rather listen. Well, not Lindsey Graham because that's just as bad. I don't want to listen to Mark Levin. So I'm reading that.
Oh,
you guys want to go watch Mark Levin spout his bullshit, then go for it. But I'm not interested in that shit at all. His pronouns were
They're up on the roof.
Let's see. Samwa says, geez, Trump exposing how bullshit these forever wars were with Venezuela and now Iran. And that's the beauty of it. I don't know how long this Iran situation is going to take. It's probably going to be a lot. It's going to be a little bit longer than Venezuela. But it does show how ridiculous the forever wars have been with like the Bush administration and all of that. Tree Bear. What's up, Tree Bear? Well, I saw your super chat and now it disappeared. Oh, there's. What do you think about the relationship in the new Pokemon?
Fucking idiots missed their first shotgun shot and they're dead.
Like, etc. Hail to 190.
Losers.
Yeah, I mean, it's not shocking to me.
Fucking
but
idiot.
obviously, I'm against any
Tries
type
to
of
flashbang you
censorship,
and throwing a grenade at you.
Yeah, that's kind of standard these days, unfortunately.
There's like 7,000
with
just
you can't
camping
put
on the
certain
ground.
words like that in it. Zioni says, Tucker called Trump evil for striking Iran. I understand skepticism, but Tucker has become a simp for Islamic countries and has been counter-signaling. Here's the thing about that. I know I saw reports of what Tucker was saying. Interestingly enough, Trump keeps having him at the White House. So, and I'm not really sure what to make of that. Trump has him at the White House. Tucker counter signals. Trump has him at the White House. I'm not sure. It's a very strange dynamic between him and Trump right now that I don't really understand. Fun with Legend says, let's see, Riggs, I'm getting too old for this shit. You really go. Jagerbob says, I'm still alive. I can't say much. It's bad. Iran is going through it.
Dude, like their fucking explosives are, they hit and they just do so much damage. I don't understand. I hit someone from the back, I do a third. They do like 80% and I can't move.
Their hamster IQs can't process things getting done. Mod lives matter, chat lives matter. I agree right there. Random commentator dude says,
like these
everything is
people
crazy.
are actually
Boy
playing a
George just
different game.
posted a
It doesn't make
conservative
sense.
take and the Hodge twins are sounding like libs. It's wild. Boy George is still alive? I didn't even know Boy George is still alive. And Boy George is, not only is Boy George still alive, he's making conservative takes? What? Now that is some breaking news if I've ever heard. That's pretty crazy. I was not prepared for that one. I was not prepared for that at all. Okay, let's see. All right, yeah. Yeah, this is going around now, so.
That guy's mad as hell. Who thought of putting fucking 17 bullets in this gun, dude?
Spot on and that you're smart. I told Grok that you're married and probably wouldn't be interested in AI. some of the things you see from Grok is so funny. The one A-Train says, this channel is the wind beneath my wings, and I mean that in the most hetero way possible. Well, I appreciate it. Johnny the Whiz Kid says, I'm popping a Pepsi to celebrate 3 victories this month. Venezuela, Mexico, and now Iran. We're just on a roll, aren't we? Make Iran Persian again. It's looking interesting. I think it's interesting to go back to what Michael Knowles said, and I think that 2 years ago, not 2 years ago, but let's say 5 years ago, 6, 7, if you'd have told me Michael Knowles was the most respectable member of the Daily Wire, I would have called you crazy. And yet here we are, where not only is Michael Knowles the most respected member of the Daily Wire, he's the only respected member of the Daily Wire, and this is the best take.
If this goes south, President Trump is risking not only his foreign policy credibility, but perhaps his whole presidential legacy in precisely the way George W. Bush did. However, if this works, if the United States ousts the Ayatollah, who has been an enemy of the United States since the regime took power in 1979, if the United States succeeds in regime change in Iran and helps to bring about a more pro-Western and more popular regime there, this will be the greatest foreign policy accomplishment of any president in our lifetime since the end of the Cold War. So all of that to say, we don't know what's going to happen, and anyone who tells you it's going to happen tomorrow or the day after the war is lying to you or ignorant. However,
these people that fucking hide on top of that building that is hard to get on top of.
Be higher for the
fucking piece of shit, man.
That is true. The stakes could not be higher, and that's what's crazy about this. Is this could have gone in one direction or the other in the craziest way possible.
What gun is that?
It seems to be trending in a very positive
So one of the carbines.
Based on the information that we have. That's where we are. Did I do the 6-7 meme or something like that? I saw everybody typing the 6-7.
Spawn and I immediately get shot at, dude.
I keep up with a lot of internet lore. I don't know what the hell the 6-7 meme is. I have no idea. So, but I saw you guys spamming it. So I don't know. Did I say that? Yeah, you did the 6. Oh, because I probably said like 6 or 7 years. Oh God. Yeah. Okay. I have no idea what that meme means. I really don't. I feel like the old man yelling at the clouds on that one. I'm just like, what does it even mean? I feel like I'm
oh my God, dude.
Facebook post.
I'm literally 3 feet around the corner.
You know, and like I said, it's gonna happen on Facebook. Somebody is going to AI a dinosaur walking through Iran. They're going to upload it to Facebook, and a bunch of old people are going to believe that we released dinosaurs in Iran to take over. And then you have to tell your grandma or whatever you're like, Grandma, no, there's no dinosaurs in Iran. They didn't release a T-Rex. That's not real. Like, I saw it on Facebook, sweetie. And you're like, I know you saw it on Facebook, but that's not real, okay? They're opening a Jurassic Park in Iran. Phil Floyd says, the retards who get hysterical over every action and are ultimately proven wrong are getting hysterical again. When will they learn? Well, they won't. They won't. Let her live her dream. Green says, Saudi can be the next, as far as I'm concerned. We still owe them for September 11th. Hail to 199 and God bless America and President Trump. ACC says reports are flooding in. I had both bodies found. You were right about it. Look at that. You were way ahead of the curve, bro. You were way ahead of the curve. The Under Armour Gaming says, I think 6-7 should be an auto ban. Just kidding. Wraither is a 6-7 activates people like sleep. What is this one?
Just up on the fucking roof, man.
The memes are glorious today. They're absolutely glorious. I'm loving it. Mega Mike says all the worst people on the internet are really upset about this. That's how you know Trump is making the right decision. MAGA. Damn right. A-Rod says, funny how all the fake MAGA panicans are so quick to believe the propaganda of our enemies. Olympian Products says, it's so weird that this big is now my #1 news source. Sorry, Tim, you've been replaced. I try my best. Captain JPS says, Trump taking over the world in the middle of the night attacks. Your Barmy says, Trader Jeremy, greater than Trader Joe's. Harley Davis is tuning in to the largest hostage rescue operation ever. Hail to you, Harley Dave. Good to see you here, man. Mike Pretend says, finally Trump gave us some satisfaction some 50 years later. All right, let's see what the latest updates are.
And for air to learn that the U.S. alone, the U.S. military alone, has carried out nearly 900
Oh, come on.
strikes in the
You
last,
just got absolutely
airstrikes in
shizered.
the last 12 hours. That is a
You see that?
incredibly high number of strikes.
You see that headline there? U.S.
Dude,
official.
there's like 8 people up here.
U.S. Senior U.S. official. So 5 to 10 of the top leaders in Iran
Dude.
are dead. That's a senior U.S. official.
So successful was because Israel had Mossad agents on the ground who were directing.
Dude, I just killed 9 people by myself.
Do we have any idea? And one of the other things about the 12-day war that was so brilliant on the part of the Israelis is they managed to attract, to bring together top members of the IRGC leadership, and then they eliminated them. Do we know what the Mossad's potential role was here in making sure that they had everybody in the right place at the right time to launch this strike?
I think it's safe to assume, John, that this was an intelligence-driven operation, and the people who have the best intelligence in that region tend to be Mossad. If you look at what happened last summer in terms of Lebanon and the drawing together of those leaders as well, taking out, decapitating Hezbollah, this is a style of attack and strike.
Bro. Just in.
Dude, like, how am I not behind cover?
Media continues to insist that he's alive and is commanding the field. Supreme Leader is alive and he is commanding the field, everyone.
Shit.
What, did you just get half bulleted by that gun?
Just ran into the entire team, dude.
Alongside Ali Khamenei.
Jen, if you could you also give us any further details that we have learned about attacks on...
Like, I don't understand what I'm hitting if I'm not hitting them.
Well, we know that there have been at least 300 missiles fired by Iran today. Some of them have been missiles, some drones targeting various U.S. military bases. A lot of people may not realize that the U.S. has bases in almost every Gulf country. So from Oman to Kuwait to UAE to Qatar, as well as in Saudi Arabia. In fact, I've just received word from a very senior military source that the U.S. base, the Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, is currently under attack by Iranian ballistic missiles, and that the Saudis are currently shooting down those missiles. But this is a big escalation, and we reported earlier today how significant it was that the Saudis have decided to get off the sidelines and decide to say that they were joining in this operation against Iran once Iran fired missiles into Iranian territory, because they're also firing into some of the areas
we have
oil production.
We have a this is an exclusive Cobra Cast. This is why so many of you are watching it right now. But we have exclusive footage of the moment that it was confirmed that Ayatollah was dead. This is exclusive footage from the White House right here. Exclusive moment right here.
Let's go.
Our forces have neutralized Delta.
Gotta wake up, bitch, get.
Alpha is under our control.
Yo, what the fuck? This guy's inside the wall.
There you go, right there.
I swear it's impossible to, like, drop 50.
And everybody in the region as it crumbles. The question is, how many ballistic missiles
Unless
does
you're
it
using
have?
like a fucking helicopter.
And I'm
now.
sure that our ability to defend against them is finite. I mean, how much do we have left in terms of missile defense?
Well, I think we have plenty of missile defense right now. I mean, it's not infinite, but what I have learned is that Iran has fired about 300 missiles today. They have about 2,000 long-range missiles and 2,000 shorter-range missiles. That is really significant because they were building up. Remember, a lot of those missile supplies were attrited last summer during Operation Midnight Hammer, but it seems, and sources have told me, that one of the reasons it was so urgent and needed that Israel and the United States felt that they needed to act is that if Iran had had another year, they would have had 1,000 more ballistic missiles. They were building them at such a pace and resupplying despite having lost so many last year.
Jen, before you go,
last night somebody, because I was complaining about Jennifer Griffin, somebody in my comments afterwards, they were like, Jennifer Griffin works for the Pentagon. And I'm like, he said she doesn't work for Fox News, she works for the Pentagon. I'm like, no, she doesn't. She works for Fox News as the correspondent for the Pentagon. She doesn't work for the Pentagon. She works for Fox News as a correspondent. So just wanted to correct that. Is he dead? Yes. By all accounts, he is dead. It looks like even United States officials are confirming it as well.
Yeah, that gun's pretty nice.
Okay, so if this does,
You don't like
doesn't confirm it, I'm not sure what does.
It's
Assalamu alaikum, bitches. This is your new
the
Supreme
specific
Leader
reticle that has the 1 to 5 zoom.
and he just kept talking trash like we couldn't
I think I have the 1 to 4 right now for it.
bikini parties, all you can eat buffets,
I thought it came with the 1 to 5.
music and singing karaoke all night long. We're gonna have the best fiestas with delicious margaritas and sexy mamacitas. If you're a woman, you can finally take off that ridiculous bed sheet these idiots made you wear. You're free to be smart and beautiful and to wear whatever you want. Under my regime, you can now vote, as long as you vote Republican. If you think about it, you can only vote Republican because there will be no Democrat Party here. Everything they touch turns to shit, believe me.
That is a real video. That is a real video. So yeah, right now we're at a point where I don't know if strikes are continuing. You know, Ayatollah dead before GTA 6. Yeah, Tel Aviv right here. Holy shit.
Massive explosions right now.
Oh, I got video of it too on another one. I got another feed.
Tel Aviv. We can hear the car alarms going off. That was
Dude, I can't shoot through zinc.
explosion.
Oh, of course, and then he kills me in like 2 bullets.
Against central Israel.
He's
Trey, can you hear us?
He's scared to death that he should be.
Don't know if Trey's got his music. That really sounded like
How many fucking bullets do I need, man?
one that was intercepted. There's a bit of a difference.
Oh, I got no ammo.
Loud boom overhead. It doesn't reverberate in the way that one does. Trey, was that a strike that actually hit the ground there?
We're not sure, John, and sorry about that. We didn't have our hearing, and that attack came very quickly with little warning. But that was probably the heaviest explosion that has hit Tel Aviv since this began. You can hear the car alarms, and right here, just off to my left shoulder, there's another interceptor round going up. And you may or may not see the interception itself, but that explosion was so heavy that it set off all of these car alarms around the area. It's unclear.
We truly have no ammo.
Did indeed hit anything. But again, this is what the Israelis have been dealing with amid this incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire. And, you know,
got this feed right here. This was just a few. This was like probably a minute and a half ago, right here. This is a live feed right here.
Oh my dude, like my whole entire screen is just smoke. But he can see me, like. Dude, look, I can't spawn on you for some reason. Look, what the fuck?
We're attacking objective Bravo. Heads up. I spotted an enemy tank to your north.
Dude, like, what the fuck are these footsteps?
Yeah, and he just fucking, like, none of my guns kill that fast, bro. None
I can't tell where they are, man.
Holy shit. And he is now moved inside. He is now inside on this feed.
We don't. I know that earlier today, dozens of missiles were fired into Israel. This barrage is quite heavy. And again, the Iranians weren't necessarily firing everything that they could earlier today. They are a country that also prepares for war and prolonged campaigns. And so part of the reason that we've moved inside, you see for the past 2.5 years, when we need to move, our security tells us this is the time to go, and we move right away in order to get to these protected areas. But what we just saw there, and I don't want to describe too much of it, there are operational security implications we're very careful about in terms of the Israelis as they're operating, but the air defense systems that were active in the city and in the heart of Tel Aviv, it's an indication the Iranians are firing as deep as they can get toward Israeli civilian and military targets. And so it's the amount of fire is the heaviest it has been since this began with the U.S. and Israeli strikes early this morning.
Trey, that was absolutely heartbreaking as we all huddled together. Absolutely praying for your safety and the safety of your team there. We're getting a little bit more information now.
Okay, he just maybe ate 10 bullets, like actually, but he's just standing there. It's amazing.
Since confirmation the Supreme Leader was dead, and now apparently President Trump has spoken to NBC News and said, quote, the people that make all the decisions, most of them are gone, he confirmed to another outlet. He said on the reports of the Supreme Leader's death, we feel that that is a correct story. And that would be the first that we've heard from President Trump since we learned of the Supreme Leader's death, Trey.
Absolutely, and this is a perfect time to break some news to you that I was in the middle of typing up when this incoming ballistic missile fire began, and I'm just going to read it to you right now. Fox News has learned from a senior Israeli security official. Israel assesses that more than 40 senior Iranian security and regime figures were killed in strikes during the opening operation that Israel launched this morning with the United States against the Iranian regime. This official goes on to say this is one of the largest regime decapitation operations conducted in modern warfare history, and that Israeli intelligence managed to infiltrate the Iranian security echelon, making the strikes possible, this official explained. But
dude,
this news just coming into us, we were able to confirm it.
Like he's literally just below the building. How can his fucking gun vector that fucking high? That's horseshit.
Were killed in the opening strike this morning. And John and Sandra, as you can hear on our phones here, and we're going to stay here. Our security is did not stay here. Tel Aviv is under a significant attack right now. And again, this news breaking that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, has been killed. We are now reporting exclusively that 40 senior regime figures were also killed in these strikes. The Iranians are going to try to target as much of Israel as possible, and that's exactly what is happening right now.
Yeah, well, that's a big change from what we had heard earlier.
I just saw this right here. That's live right now. At least this AP feed. This is live on the AP feed that I'm watching right now. Okay, we'll cut back to this one for now. Nothing
set up. It's really important to discuss. It's a tiered structure, and Iran's supreme leader, according to reports, had already designated people who would take over if he were killed in the event of a war. And so there are people already ready to step into the shoes of the supreme leader and rule with the same iron fist. That also goes for Iran's IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, responsible for launching these ballistic missiles that we are covering right now. And so when you step back and look at the idea of regime change, officials here understand that this may be the ultimate goal of both the Americans and the Israelis. But it is a challenging path ahead. This war is not going to be over quickly. This could last for days, if not weeks.
And we do have it. JD Advance has confirmed the death of the Ayatollah right here. So JD Advance directly firsthand. He heard all of the skepticism, and he said, I know that there's a lot of skepticism. I'm going to go confirm this myself. So JD Advance goes to confirm it himself. What a guy. And this is why he's going to make a great 48th president. So there you have it.
The Americans are preparing for a prolonged campaign, understanding that this isn't going to simply be an easy thing to do. And while we're talking, John and Sandra here, I can feel my phone vibrating in my pocket. We have sources, and okay, so we can report right now that at least one impact site, sources telling me, I don't want to give the location of that live on air, but there are impacts in Tel Aviv. This barrage was much more significant than previous barrages.
That obviously was incredibly significant as we all took that in together. Trey, we're being told the permanent rep for
Oh my
Israel
God,
to the UN is speaking right now. We'll give you a chance to catch your breath. Danny Danon is speaking right now. Let's see if we can catch some of that.
Cover me!
To the brave soldiers of the US, the IDF, our Air Force, intelligence and security services, you are defending our people with courage and resolve. You stand like lions.
Fucking sheep saved him.
Our entire nation stands behind you. To the brave people of Iran,
God, right when I take out my fucking
we
things,
stand with you.
it comes out.
We admire your courage. Our war is not with you, but with the murderous regime that continues to plan attacks against us and has crushed the Iranian people for almost 50 years. History has taught us what happens when declared threats are ignored.
Okay. So somebody said Indian Snape. Oh my God. Chad is undefeated. Indian Snape has got to be the best comment I've seen. Internet is undefeated. Fiddle says up for 20 says I have
Bullets
been
got to
waiting
put in
for
you,
this
dude.
since the Trade Center for $20. Thank you. Eric says I put two things in the Cobra Cast chat. Lefty morons are getting ready for a mass protest supporting the Iranian government.
Oh, and he's just behind me. Dude.
So there are.
That guy's the worst player priority underscore 2, the worst player I've ever seen.
Earlier.
Holy fuck, dude.
Apparently this is happening right now in New York.
Defensive support on the marked objective.
They're saying that the United States is the #1 terrorist. Not Taliban, not Hamas. Oh, you made it. You found us. So actually, this you can show. This actually used to be a migrant shelter. I know this is a different kind of video. I'm obviously not going to talk in too much detail about it. You see why it's all wrapped up? So this is the hotel that she was referencing. She was talking about the Row Hotel, and you can see that's why it's all boarded up. This is a beautiful 4-star hotel. We covered this hotel extensively. This is where we put up illegal immigrants for years here. This is a hotel where you're paying $400 a night for. It was totally closed off for years. This is a huge crisis in this country, and we were there for all of it. All right.
We have secured Charlie.
So right here is what Eric's telling me. The left is conducting a hands-off Iran protest. Good Lord, man. Hands-off Iran. The left... These people are absolutely unbelievably stupid. You've got to be kidding me. This is the Free Palestine crowd, by the way. They have pre-made signs. Yes, all of these people have pre-made signs. Okay, so that one, that ended that stream. So let's go back over here for a minute and see. So yeah, all these pre-made signs for these protests that just happened out of nowhere. President Trump has confirmed the United States government believes the Ayatollah is dead. That's still not at 100% confirmation, and I'm assuming that he's talking about what Trump said to NBC, where he says that he believes, but we're still not getting like 100%. But who's funding this shit? Probably George Soros. Probably. Did this guy go live again? You can see. No, he's not live. Let's see right here. Seeing if there's any other feeds right now of any of the protests going on. Don't see anything right now. CBS is live. Nobody cares about CBS News though. Cabela's Dallas says it's 12:36 a.m. We just got an emergency alert that there's a potential missile alert. It's going to be a long night. Yeah, and that's probably you're probably talking about what we were just covering with that Fox News clip where the attacks were happening. That was a pretty intense moment, for sure.
Specifically, where there's perhaps some hope that there'll be a breakout away from this theocratic regime and for the people to kind of organize around. There is some hope of that. Maybe that's also why we're not seeing the Iranian military, the professional military, coming out to fight. But certainly the IRGC, kind of a government and a military.
So it's the IRGC that's firing the missiles and the drones?
I would probably have a high probability that's the case.
Okay, just can I get your reaction? Obviously, we're trying to re-wrap what we just happened there in Tel Aviv. Okay, we're going to play this out for any of our viewers who were not tuned in just a few minutes ago as Trey Yanks was reporting live from Tel Aviv. This is what we were seeing and hearing in real time.
God, these guys are idiots.
Let's get fucking the 1/10 bulleted. Dude, how does he fucking kill me so fast, bro?
Obviously, could this be an indication there's more to come?
Like, I hit him first and I don't miss, but he fucking kills me.
More to come, and certainly prayers for your crew there in Israel. It's not the first time I've been watching them dodge missiles and bomb blasts in the past. Unfortunately, there's probably going to be some of these larger scale attacks to come. But again, as we see over the next day or two, if they become more sporadic and targeting, less guided by some strategic purpose, that should be an indication that the leadership's not functioning in Tehran.
Brett, good to be the committee. Good to see you this afternoon. Very important day. Thanks so much.
Okay, let's bring in now the former Secretary of State and Fox News contributor Mike Pompeo is joining us live now by phone. The breaking news: the Supreme Leader is dead. 40 top leaders killed in the reaction. So welcome.
Holy
fuck. Great to be with you. Look, this is a huge deal. We should know.
This seems to be the reaction to a lot of people.
He's dead. He's dead. Khomeini is dead. The supreme leader of the Islamic regime is dead.
Now, I have to be more concerned that there's really, really ugly, fat, smelly, liberal white women that are telling us that Trump is bad for doing this. Okay? There's very, very fat, smelly, unattractive, liberal white women that are screaming right now, Trump bad, Trump bad. So who are you going to listen to? Okay? Who are you going to listen to? Just say. Marmillion says the fact that I get most up-to-date news from Facebook that randomly throws in these memes is a sad state of affairs in how dog shit the U.S. news cycles are up to date news tags. I cannot disagree with you. I saw one of the guys that hates me. He said Jeremy's a clown, and I'm like, yeah, there it is, Andrew. There it is. Here it is. He called me a clown earlier. He's like, fuck Jeremy. No one is listening to Jeremy. You are. Like, you literally are. And somebody's gonna send me a super chat just to piss you off. So it's gonna be a win-win across the board. But calling me a clown is far nicer than
there's 7,000 people in
that
there.
likes me says. So that's, you know, that's pretty nice. You should call me like a journalist or gay. Actually insult me. Too Tired says lefty liberals only understand empathy for our enemies only.
All right,
They,
I'm gonna go on.
look at this and don't
Wanna go
go.
for a bit?
The people are saved. They go instead of that poor regime. Yep. Eric John says Trump. I told you so. Jeremy can read. I wouldn't go that far. Zachary says I'm all for skeptical being in wars. However, Dave Smith's strategy is to sit back and be a pussy. Well, I have him muted on Twitter, so I don't know if he's crying. I'm sure Dave Smith is crying a lot today. I'm sure he is. John freaking Murdoch says Jeremy may be a clown, but he's our clown, damn it. You know what? Listen, I don't have like the ability to do it here, but if I had one of those programs where I could put clown makeup on my face with like an app or something, I would do it. Who cares, right? Pins Fan for Life says Jeremy may be a clown, but he's our gay clown. My ex-wife for 20 says to piss off the fig crying in the chat. Damn, look at that. I guess a few people were listening to me. Fran Forsyth says not paying attention to Jeremy Tax for 10. Thank you. Aaron James for a 99-cent super sticker. The Mass Marvel says I listen sometimes. ACC says no one is listening to Jeremy Tax. Philip Johnson says apparently Andrew is a complete nobody. Lydia MX Game says no one is listening to Tax. You come into my there's nothing you can do to me. Like I'm just gonna lean into whatever you're accusing me of. That's how it works around here. So
first strike this morning, reminiscent of what happened during the 12-day war last summer, where they managed to wrangle all of the IRGC top leadership into the same room at the same time and took them out. They waited for this moment, pulled the trigger on it, and got them all.
And the White House just putting out a statement that President Trump, as Caroline Leavitt confirmed earlier via X, President Trump just spoke with the leaders of the UK, Kuwait, and Turkey. So likely we are going to hear more from the White House in the coming minutes and hours. John, good to be with you on this breaking news coverage on a Saturday afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Sandra Smith.
I'm John Roberts. There's a lot more to come this afternoon and probably for the next few days as well. Be sure to follow our social media accounts for all things America Reports. A special edition story with Martha McCallum starts right now. Hi, Martha.
Hi, guys. What a historic day, and it is still very much underway as we watch the enormous changes taking place in Iran and across the Middle East this afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum on a special and, as I said, historic edition of this story. A senior defense official telling Fox that the U.S. believes that Iran's supreme leader is dead, along with as many as, according to some reporting out of Israel.
So when do you think you're gonna
40
start building the thing?
taken out in the strike that you see
Probably
on
tomorrow, as long as I get up not at a terrible time, because I'm seeing a movie at 4, so I'll probably try to build some of
in
it
the middle
before
of
that.
Tehran in the earlier hours of
What movie?
So this was a
Scream
U.S.
7.
Israeli joint effort called Operation Epic
Oh,
Fury.
is that new?
Israel says that it destroyed
Yeah, I think it just
the
came out like
Ayatollah's
last week.
compound, as you can see in these images, as it targeted the regime leadership on this round. I mean, just think back for a moment. We have seen this kind of action against the leadership of Hamas in different places in the Middle East, against the leadership of Hezbollah, and the one remaining and the central, really sort of center of this octopus was always in Tehran. American forces mobilizing
Now,
in terrific force.
I do have I have the leak script for the rest of the Trump administration. If you guys want to see it, now this is a leak, so if you don't want spoilers, maybe tune out for the next few minutes. But here's the spoilers for the Trump administration moving forward. We had World War II. We are like in the middle of World War II and World War III. Then it'll be two world, two war. Then we're going to have World War Tokyo Drift. Then we're going to have World and War. Then we're going to have World 7 and then War 8. So I'm really like, this is exciting, man. Two world, two war sounds phenomenal. I just think that sounds really good. So I'm looking forward to that one whenever we get to it. But those are the spoilers for the Trump administration moving forward, and ending with War 8. So that should be pretty good. So we'll see how it goes.
That the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
And there is jubilation on the part of a lot of Iranian activists. We're going to speak with some of them over the course of the next couple of hours as they gauge where this all goes from here. But let's go now to Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yanks, live in Tel Aviv, where there has been a lot of kinetic action and some of it landing in Tel Aviv just moments ago. Hi, Trey.
Yeah, Martha, we have a lot of updates for you. The Israeli military just now gave the all clear to people to come out of their bomb shelters, but just moments ago, there was a significant amount of fire targeting this city and at least one direct impact in a civilian area very close to here. There are people who are wounded. First responders are at the scene. It looks quite bad. There is a significant amount of damage, and I'm just looking at some of the local feeds that are coming in. These Israeli channels showing dozens of first responders, and you can hear the sirens behind me that are headed to that location. Again, all of this comes after we confirmed that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, along with
Dude, just hearing that name is so annoying. Like, if I had to hear that name all day, dude, couldn't do it.
Strike this morning
that was my name, I'd change it right away.
With the Americans as they went after many of the ballistic missile launching positions and other.
Jeremy's not even a real conservative. No, I'm not. I've been saying that for a while. So no, I'm not. I'm a Trumplican. So thank you for confirming what I've been saying for fucking years. Ooh, I'm gonna expose Jeremy by saying the thing he's been saying himself. He'll lose support then. We got him, boys.
All right, Trey, thank you very, very much. We'll be coming back to you as this moves forward. Obviously, there's a lot of incoming in Tehran, and emergency officials on their way to that scene. As we get more information, we'll bring it to you. We'll go right back to Trey Yanks reporting from Tel Aviv. So retired four-star General
Raggedy Man for 20 says Dave Smith is a bundle of sticks or British cigarette. That's probably disrespectful to both, even with the reference that I know that you're making. Very, very, very disrespectful to them. But I hear your point for sure. Let me see here. Now, we got this right here. Apparently, so it's weird to me that Trump talked to NBC News, but President Trump speaks on or speaks on the Ayatollah's death. We believe that is the correct story. It's interesting how Trump says we believe that's the correct story. So anyway.
Now, Kristen, you just got off the phone with the President of the United States, and he talked to you about Khamenei and the possibility that he may have been killed in strikes. What did he tell you?
This was an extraordinary 3-minute conversation, Yasmin. Let me read you the key takeaways.
So he did talk to NBC News, so this is it right here. But Kentucky Tim for a proper 199. A recent study from U of Time says that in time of peril, people find particular pairs very comforting. In the name of science, can we get some pairs of items? Nothing specific. Science trusts your judgment. Hail the 199. So you want a pair of something so we can have some comfort. Whatever could you be referencing? I'm not sure what you mean, other than maybe Sydney Sweeney to celebrate. Is this a comforting pair? Does this help the chat? Does this help you guys in your time of frustration in the name of science, in the name of everything that will make you comfortable? Does that help you? It probably does. So there you have it. And you don't get to thank me. You have to thank Kentucky Tim. All right, here we go.
Now, Kristen, you just got off the phone with the President of the United States, and he talked to you about Khamenei and the possibility that he may have been killed in strikes. What did he tell you?
Yeah, see, like some people are saying Khamenei, Khamenei. I don't know. I just say the Ayatollah. It's just like Qatar and Qatar. I don't know how the fuck to pronounce this shit, okay? I say Khamenei because that's what it looks like it says to me. Khamenei, I don't know what that means. I'm from Alabama.
This was an extraordinary 3-minute conversation, Yasmin. Let me read you the key takeaways. I asked President Trump if he had confirmation that Ayatollah Khamenei has in fact been killed. He said to me, I've spoken to a lot of people. We feel that is a correct story. Again, when I asked him about the reports that the Supreme Leader has in fact been killed, President Trump saying, we feel that is a correct story. He went on to say, quote, a large number of their leaders have also been killed. And that was significant. The fact that he said this was not just one person, Yasmin, the fact that according to President Trump in this phone call that I have with him, he believes it's a correct story that the Supreme Leader has been killed, along with, he says, a large amount of leadership. He says there were 3 attacks. And he says that in some of those subsequent attacks, that is what ultimately killed the leadership of Iran. I asked him when he would know that this operation has been a success. He said it is going very well. We're probably, in terms of 0 to 10, we're close to the 10 spot, if not there. It's going very well. Tremendous damage has been inflicted. The leadership is gone. Large portions of the leadership. They don't know how many, he says, but he says that the leadership has largely been wiped out from Iran. So a significant
huge news
revelation and development in this 3-minute conversation with President Trump. When I said specifically, sir, how will you know that this has been a success? He said, quote, Yasmin, I think it's already been a success.
When he talks about we're at the 10 spot, Kristen, what do you think he means by that? As in the operation has gone well, or we're almost done? We're almost there.
I think both. I think he is arguing that so far he believes that the United States has hit its targets, that the United States strategy is playing out. It seemed to be that was part of what he was arguing. But I go back to this last statement, and I'll read it to you in full. I was trying to get a sense of just how long this would be. He said, I think it's already been a success. We've inflicted tremendous damage. It would take them years to rebuild. And then I tried to pin him down on a timeline. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, he said he is making a number of calls right now, speaking to other foreign leaders, and had to end the conversation at that point. But in those 3 minutes, again, saying that the U.S. believes that it is a correct report that the supreme leader is killed.
I know this was just 3 minutes, Kristen, but I'm going to ask you to read between the lines a little bit more, which you're very good at. When you were talking to this president, we have heard a...
I'll be back in a minute.
A little bit about what he wants to happen next, but I think it's important to reiterate for folks what it is he wants to happen next, right? If he's reaching this 10, he feels as if we are almost there. It has been a success. Is this now handing the baton over to the Iranian people to see what then happens, what they're able to do to essentially, work towards regime change? And if in fact they're not able to pull that off, I mean, there is still the Revolutionary Guard. There are still members of the Supreme Council that are still very much alive. Is the United States, is Israel willing to go back into the ring?
Well, I think that's the big question, Yasmin, about what happens next. In his public comments earlier today, he obviously called on the people of Iran to rise up to seize this moment. I asked him who is going to replace the supreme leader if in fact he has been killed, and he essentially said, well, they'll likely call me and get my take on that. He said, I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but it's clear there's a vacuum, that it's not entirely clear. And that's where he points back to the Iranian people themselves to, in this moment, rise up, seize the moment. And carry out regime change in terms of replacing leadership.
So that's NBC News, and they spoke with President Trump, and so they have the most up-to-date information from him anyway, because that's the only they're the only ones that he has spoken with since the news of the Supreme Leader being dead has broke. So that's where we are right now, along with all of the other the news that up to 40 top leaders have been eliminated from Iran, but Iran is still carrying out missile strikes on Israel. So it ain't over by a long shot, not even close. Big Who 69 for 20 says the great things that come in pairs. That is true. 40 people, that is a lot. That is a lot.
Let's get it done. And that is what we're seeing play out before our eyes.
Absolutely. I mean, it's such a credit to the planning and, as you put it, the exquisite intelligence. And, you know, one of the things I heard earlier is that Israel, and we know that their ability to get people inside Iran was extraordinarily helpful in the B-2 bomber attack on the nuclear facilities, and that there was still intelligence in the reaches of the upper parts of the government and the leadership, the theocratic leadership in Iran, that was able to tip them off to this location and this meeting this morning. General, is that your understanding?
The memes are pretty glorious right now. We're seeing a lot of memes that are being circulated on social media. He's laying right there in the middle of it. That's so good. There was another one last night that was super funny. I'll see if I can find it. Don't know where it went. Most complex Lego set. I saw this one, and this is crazy, bro. Okay, so this is a missile falling from the sky in Qatar, and oh boy takes the time to flip his camera around so you can see his reaction. This is the most TikTok shit I've ever seen in my life right here. Bro took the time to flip the cam and then strategically do the face palm. Like, holy shit.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Let's see here. Jeremy, let's see. Jeremy literally suppresses speech, says Bert Moore. Bert, I didn't want to have to address this on stream. I was not suppressing speech. Okay? I know your mom was trying to talk, but her mouth was full. Not my fault that she was trying to talk when her mouth was full of something. She's not supposed to talk when her mouth is full of something. All right? I wasn't suppressing her speech though. That's not what I was doing. She just was trying to talk in the moment. I'm like, can you not talk right now? It's kind of weird. So anyway, I didn't want to address this on stream, but you're the one that brought it up, okay? But I was not suppressing her speech. I would never do that. I think women should always have the ability to speak as long as no one is listening. David Phillips for 20 says, Jeremy listening tax, go Navy. Thank you for the 20. Appreciate it. I also think women should have the ability to drive as long as it's a self-driving car. I support that. Women should have self-driving cars. Pass the law, Trump. Make it happen.
Economically, and Russia having a presence in a number of them as well. All being reassessed and recalculated. And now looking at this, what do you think Mr. Xi is thinking about when he watches the United States conduct this operation with the Israelis in terms of his desire to take Taiwan and to take it by force and to dominate and control the region. Is that having some impact on him? You betcha.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Putin, who's been stalling and using negotiations as a tactic to delay and put...
Roland says ignoring my chat. No, I'm not. I'm like 80 chats in the hole right now. I'm trying to work through them the best I can. Let's see. Roland for 20 says Jeremy killed Khamenei. Mossad tax, dead dictator tax. She said enormous changes. That can't be Jeremy. We know he is Asian from the waist down. Hope this chat makes Jessica happy. Can't wait for the comeback. Love ya. Like I said, man, if the best part of your day is me responding, if you have to spend money to get me to respond to you, and that's the best part of your day, that says a lot more about you than it does me. Imagine being such a loser that you send an idiot like me $20 and you end it with, I can't wait for him to respond. I can't wait for him to respond. Yeah, that means you're a pathetic loser, Roland. Okay? So there you have it. All right, is that a good enough response for you? Okay, so people are tuning in. And yes, the Ayatollah is dead. The supreme leader of Iran is dead. Boom. All right? Jeremy sucks at comebacks. He's like a kid. It's cringe every time. I'm not even going to argue with you because you're right. I can't. Like, I am very childish and very immature. Like, there's no argument there. Your comment is a compliment to me, so I do appreciate that. But yes, if you're just tuning in, the supreme leader is dead, according to all reports. Harley Davis says, I never read his chat, but I always read his chat. Back to this. Let's see what the update is.
Tomorrow to align all of the Gulf states who are now facing attack from Iran, basically. All of the countries where the U.S. has bases, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, as well as Saudi Arabia.
Okay,
they are all now facing it.
This is probably the most American thing I've ever seen in my life. President Trump pre-gamed bombing Iran by going to a Whataburger in Texas. That's my president right there.
Hamburgers for all.
My president.
You ready? Hamburgers for all. You got it. Nice to see you, everybody. Thank you. I like that. Okay, you ready?
This dude is hanging out at Whataburger in Texas, buying burgers for the whole place. Meanwhile, knows we're about to obliterate Iran in a few hours. What a legend. There will never be another like President Trump. Not even close. Not even close. Unbelievable. Yeah, I could go for a burger right now too, but not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Let's see where we're at. Hemorrhoid Hurt says, I just woke up. It's 5 a.m. And when this IDOT Australian wants the truth, he comes to the most trusted name in news, the Cobra Cast 199, Mage Fig IDOT himself. ACC says Khamenei will get his 72 male Redditors now. Yay. Steve from PA says, can you let your new viewers know how Solo did at the box office? Also, Jay tripped Shockmaster at Bash at the Beach. Solo lost money. Raylos are weird. Fuck Naughty Dog, and we will talk to you later. TJ says, every time someone says Ayatollah, I keep thinking of Chris Jericho. I'm old AF. Philip Butler says, Mossad told Jeremy Ayatollah is worm food. Omega says, Siri, play the Macarena slow version. Speed Force says, all hail King Jeremy. KB Nugget says, bruh, he got his virgins. Yes, unfortunately, they're male Redditors, though. That's the problem. Cellular Dream says, Jeremy is my favorite war reporter. X Shadow says, pro-war now. Yeah, if that upsets you, then yes, I am very much pro-war now. Does that bother you? Are you mad? Are you gonna unsubscribe? Are you gonna type really hard in the chat? Are you gonna type on your keyboard a little bit more difficult now? Go live in Minneapolis and where they can defund the police, since you just believe in no law enforcement, no protection of anything. Go live in Minneapolis where you don't have any police. Fucking loser. Jackson says nice. Lancer says anyone that went to DC Gulag didn't come out sane. Let's see. We got Andrew CR says can't regime change with an empty stomach.
Productive conversation. Didn't we? What was unproductive about it?
I told you if you wanted to have a conversation with me about the topics, you could pay me for my time. Apparently, you're not good at listening.
Don't you get a cut of all the like roses and everything people are sending me right now? Aren't you getting paid for my time at the moment?
Oh yeah, he thinks women's time is worth little. That's why he's like, "Oh, you get some roses."
I don't know where you came up with that. You just making stuff up, I guess. Yeah,
What
just
did you
making
talk to
stuff
Joe
up.
Rogan about? Or are you on an NDA?
You mean in the very public conversation that was aired? Am I under an
Oh,
NDA
did you
for
already
it?
have that
No.
conversation
Yeah,
with him? I don't know. I don't watch the Joe Rogan Experience. I think he's a weirdo.
I get it. I understand.
Yeah, I don't want to be there. You give a fuck.
I thought it was like something recent because you've been talking
It is
about
recent.
it the last 2 times.
It was recent, but how would you know? You don't watch the Joe Rogan Experience, right?
I know that because you never shut the fuck up about it, Andrew.
What's that?
Oh, look at that. Oh, wait, never mind. That's to it.
Oh man, that went to me. Oh, that's terrible. Terrible.
I don't want to talk to it. Like, it's giving me the ick. I don't.
I know.
You ran out of false accusations to levy at me.
False accusations. Do you want to sue me, Andrew? Do you want to sue me? We can take it to court. It's false accusations. You can give me like, we can use your God sermon. You can give me a blasphemy, brother.
I don't think you have enough money to sue you over.
I mean, you don't know that.
I've just got a feeling.
Yeah. Anyways, what color is your Bugatti, Andrew?
I don't have a Bugatti.
Oh, that's a shame.
Bugattis are cringe. I got a Lambo, bro. I got a Lamborghini, homie. But nobody wants a fucking Bugatti. You gotta roll in a Lambo, bro. You gotta roll in a Lambo. Did you want to talk to my wife? I'm sure she would call in.
Sorry.
I'm sure she would call in.
Why aren't you with your wife?
That is a good question. Why aren't you with your wife?
Because it's
Andrew?
12:30 at night. She's probably settled in bed. And I work nights like I have for 20 years.
She's certainly not fucking you, is she?
You think not? You think not? I don't know. Are you married? Is anybody fucking you?
I'm not married.
No? Oh, yes. Boy, that didn't go like you thought it would, did it?
I can confirm your father sucks the skin off my cock, though. Can confirm that.
Oh, brutal. Got me.
He loves it.
Sounds like a good
I
time,
just
Uncommon.
drizzled down the back of his throat. Cat's got your tongue, brother? What's going on?
I mean, you're just prattling. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
No, I
don't know.
fucked your dad, hot. You're so funny. What a great show. That was fucking hilarious. We're all dying laughing right now.
Oh. Andrew's upset. Andrew's little feelings got hurt.
No, it was brutal. It was brutal. You concaved my ego in seconds. That was
Give
just.
you a little pat on the head
You
there,
used
little guy.
the old "I fucked your
There you go.
dad." It was brutal. You gotta move the hand over just a little bit for the head pat.
I don't want to get that close.
I don't know who you
Anyways,
I'm just a nice feller here to have a nice conversation.
what's your thoughts on Trump, Andrew Wilson? I actually don't know your political takes. What's your thoughts on Trump?
I think he's an evil man. I voted for the Democrat.
Voted for VP Harris?
Yep,
Did you actually?
I did.
I can't tell if you're being serious or not. You have a very
That chick was sexy as hell, man. When she told us that she was making fried greens in her tub, I lost my shit. I popped a boner the size of the fucking Death Star. I lost my fucking mind. When that chick was like, I make my greens in my tub, I was like, holy fuck. That did it for me, bro. It did it for me. I couldn't help myself.
Wow. Well, and you're married?
Oh, would you look at that?
Hey.
Bye-bye.
Bitch.
Bye-bye.
But you're making so much.
Bye-bye. Oh my god. What an angry little man.
W, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm so happy I finally got to talk to it.
Yeah.
Just go up and talk to him about how much of a boner Kamala gave you when she was popping collard greens in her bathtub.
Somebody said, I'm Andrew's wife, let me go.
And that is his wife.
Is it really?
His wife. Yep.
Shouldn't you be in bed, like, getting ready for making bread or whatever Andrew wants you to do the next day? I don't know.
Yes.
Hi, Rachel. What do you have to say?
Well, I don't know. I guess you guys want
Not me hearing myself in the background. That's wild.
Oh, Rachel
Did you
gets
hear
an
that?
L for not muting.
Hey, it's got your
Rachel
tongue.
gets an
Yeah,
L for not
hyper
muting her
now.
background. L Rachel.
Yep.
Oh,
If you want to come up, you'll have to pay us. It's that simple. You can pay me for my time.
I wonder if there's a way I can, like, copyright strike this video. That'd be pretty funny.
You can try.
That would be funny.
You're gonna try to copyright strike me
Take a
for
little bit of
fair
them
use.
pennies. A little bit of them roses, Andrew. What do you say?
Try it. A false DMCA which will dox you. I can't fucking wait.
I did. Rachel, I did.
Yeah, I think Rachel has a long day of making bread and tending to the kids because her husband doesn't believe in helping out. So I think you should probably go to bed, Rachel.
Yep.
Oh boy, here we go. Hi, Gigi. Age and pronouns?
Hello, 52, he, him. Actually,
What would you like to
they,
talk
them,
about?
but today I feel he, him.
Okay, he, him. What would you like to talk about?
I'm a little fluid. It's all men.
Okay.
I wanted to ask Lotus if it's all men that commit domestic violence.
I'm not taking questions.
Oh.
Is that because you have a domestic violence charge and it's not all men?
Ooh.
Oh, I have a DV charge, do I?
Ooh. Was that like one of the things I could drop for? I don't know. I just kind of.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh no!
Gigi just come up here and spew complete bullshit. Like, what is this shit?
A lot of hatred
Yeah.
in this part. I don't know. Is this the call out live already? Right?
Oh, Geeky's here. Geeky, you missed Andrew Wilson.
It'd be interesting for those two to
Oh,
talk.
Geeky would cook the fuck out of him.
No, I would pay to see that.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would.
Oh, hello, Wooly. Are you back to being sad?
I got over that, man. I'm over him.
Oh yeah.
Trust me.
You go, Wooly.
He
I've
actually
never heard
snipped
you,
me back
like,
my
not-
elbow. I just got to, man.
I can't. I'm quitting TikTok. I can't do this.
Wait, him and their wife rated the live. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. They rated us. That's nice.
Who did?
You know. I don't know what they're talking about there.
Is only thing I'm saying is we can be respectful, right?
Yeah, I'm always
cool.
respectful.
You weren't just respectful a few seconds ago. So that's the only thing I'm saying.
I always treat women with respect.
So can I talk to you?
No, you
except
don't.
for
You was
Kamala?
just disrespecting Kamala.
Kamala, except for her, right?
You was just disrespecting her. That's not nice. And it's
She's
Sunday.
an airhead. I mean,
Okay, cool. Can
So
I
is
ask you a question?
Melania. So is Ivanka.
Yeah, that part. Those part. So
What are
can
you
I ask you a
saying?
question?
They're not even from here.
So you voted for Donald Trump, correct?
yes.
And so
Sure did.
Donald Trump
The
is
best vote.
Hey, I'm the Conservative Party, correct?
So am I.
Okay, cool. So the reason why I asked you about the Conservative Party is because when it comes down to the Conservative Party,
Right.
the conservatism is the party of racism. So as a black man,
that's false.
There
That's
is
false.
no conservative
hold
party.
on.
No one's talking to you up there, Fred. Fuck,
Hey,
gotta
hey,
answer-
Fred, I'm gonna get to you. Hey, Fred, I'm gonna get to you. I'm not on you right now. So how is the Conservative Party not the party of racism in this country?
There is no conservative party. What is she talking
First
about?
of all, we live in a country where you have freedom of speech, freedom of religion. You
That's
have the
not the
right to
question that
bear
I asked you.
arms.
That's not the question that
have-
I asked you, sir.
Well,
Sir,
I'm just
that's
saying,
not
you
the
have
question.
every right. You have all the rights. You the richest.
I listen. If
We
you're
live in
not
a
gonna
rich
answer my
country.
question,
Don't unmute me.
hey,
Lick
yo,
me split
if you're
when
not
I see
gonna
that I'm
answer
getting
my
such
question,
a
I'll just
fucking-
drop you and
yeah.
keep it moving.
See that?
Because I'm not an influencer. Like, I'm up here trying to have a conversation. I asked you a specific question. My question to you is that if the Conservative Party is the party
is no
of
conservative
racism,
party.
what has the Conservative Party
They
done
are not.
for you as a black
First
man?
of all, they are not racist. But what? Name one thing.
What
that
is the
that you
Conservative
think
Party?
that
What
they
is she
did
talking
racist? I'm listening. Name one
Slavery.
thing.
Slavery.
Then don't. Slavery happened 180 years ago. We live in
Redlining.
2026.
Hey, yo,
Next,
I named another.
next.
I named. Hey, sir, hold on.
Next.
I named. I said redlining.
Redlining. Is that all you got?
The war on
Is
drugs.
that all you got?
The war on
That
education.
happened way back in the
war,
60s.
The war on poverty.
No, sir. No, sir. So
The war
no,
on poverty.
sir.
Oh,
no,
what?
sir. So redlining. Actually,
kicked
it is
me. Why'd they
banks
kick me?
right now.
That happened
No,
way
no,
back
sir.
in the
No,
day.
sir. No.
We live in 20.
There's a
No.
civil case. There's a civil case.
There's
right
several.
now.
There are
Yes.
several
Yes.
cases.
They kicked me because you're sending me too much.
There are
The fuck is you talking about?
there are several cases going on right now.
Is
but
that all? Is that all you
No,
got
it's
to
not.
complain
It-
about?
it-
is
You
redlining?
said slavery wasn't good enough, so I brought up redlining and redlining.
That happened 180 years ago. Why
No,
you
sir.
bringing it up?
The last slave was released in 1973.
That part.
What?
That's a lie.
No, it's
That's
not.
not
That's a
Her,
lie.
her
No,
name
it's
is
not.
Alice, sir. Her name. It was a movie about her and everything. They
They
had
did
a whole movie,
Oh my
of,
God.
a whole
What was
movie
this
about
lady's
this lady.
name?
Her name. I'm going to pull it up for you.
Look, I'm
Hold
not
up.
trying to interrupt anybody.
So what?
but
Did you
happened
say
a long
what?
time
Did
ago.
you just say
We're not
less so
living in
what?
slavery today.
No, hold the
say
fuck
what?
up. Wait a minute. Your old ass was born before 1973, and you just going to say so what to someone being released?
I see that the trolls are attempting to flatline this stream. Well, let's play the game back. We shall confuse them.
In a year.
You're just gonna have to deal with the black screen. Sorry.
Me on here because I tell the damn truth to everybody.
Once again, just slow down.
Your case. Now, that was somebody else's conversation.
Yeah.
I understand historical costuming more than you realize. So I need you to focus. Which topic do you want to talk about? I do think I remember Tyler coming up here before where
you could then turn around and say they have privilege.
Because white privilege doesn't have anything to do with taking a thing. It's the way white people are perceived in society.
So you think white people in society are perceived that way by the indigenous population of this country? You think they perceive them as having privilege?
Sir.
And exist under the current circumstance where generations are still larger than the boomers. Okay, so getting away from the point I'm trying to make here. The point I'm trying to make is with smaller generations comes less need for fulfillment of roles and duty. Now, in addition to that, our most necessary functions here in America are not carried out by Americans, right? Like food is not American grown, right? A very large percentage of our, did you say what? I said food is not American grown?
It is.
Right? We import over $5 billion worth of food through Walmart alone annually.
That's true. Processed
Specifically
food,
from countries
produce
like
and stuff
China
like
and Taiwan.
that, we mass produce and sell.
No, I understand that, but
We
like,
also
I thought the
export
Great Plains
tons.
still accounted for like 50+%
tons
of what Americans consume.
You said what accounts for 50+%
Like the
of
Great
what Americans
Plains,
consume?
like the Midwest, basically. Like, am I wrong on that?
Well, we're both in the Midwest. We do produce food, yes. That has nothing to do with the worker labor force.
Well, and we're a
It's
big
being produced in
exporter, right?
America. It's Americans.
Hold on, Fred. What'd you say, average?
No, but it's like if it's being okay, so it would be though.
No. Understand? No. Farmers do not apply to the work or labor force, right? The work and labor force are individuals who are employed. Farmers operate as private ownership. They do not contribute to our labor numbers, right? So that has nothing to do with that. That's an entirely separate issue altogether.
He's
right?
T-cupped.
But on top of that, oh, okay, fair. But on top of that, you have the other side of this circumstance where, like, a very heavy wealth of what we need in ag here in the United States of America is packers, right? Pickers and packers. Pickers remove not easily mechanized plants from fields like watermelons, pumpkins, things of that nature. And then packers are people who do things like weigh potatoes into 10-pound bags so that they can get shipped off to Walmart. The vast majority of people who are doing those jobs are already not American, right? We saw this last year in March, whenever, we had whole states of rotting fruits and vegetables.
But I don't understand this argument.
Anyway,
because 85.
Hold on, Fred.
But 85% of the food's grown here.
I'll introduce you first.
Okay.
Well, okay. So, welcome to the panel, Fred.
Thank you.
For TikTok purposes, what is your age, and then what are your pronouns?
I'm 42. He, him is fine.
Thank you. All right. So you were saying
85%
that
of the food.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me make a point. You were incorrect here.
Yeah,
hang on. 85% of the food consumed in the U.S. is domestically produced.
Well, I find that interesting because we import over $5 billion worth of food annually.
That's true, but we're also a mass food exporter.
Okay. But that doesn't have to do with our consumption. Exporting would have to do with our GDP, not our consumption.
Yeah, we have such an overage. We're able to be a mass exporter. We can still import food, and still 85% of the food is domestically made here. Like, for instance, California alone, did you know, like, California alone, I think does something like 70 or 80% of all of the produce of the United States, one state can accommodate.
Okay. So, I'll play around with these numbers. Continue.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I think that's a key point that you gotta think about, right? Is that the United States is definitely, I mean, we're very self-sustaining when it comes to food, and have been for a long time.
Is your name actually Andrew?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you. You were on here last year. It's been forever. Welcome back.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you having me up on the panel. I like having respectful conversations with you.
Not a problem. Okay, so why the burner?
Well, I mean, you reach like a level of internet fame where sometimes people won't actually talk to you because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
No, for sure.
Yeah.
So did you want to hold a discussion over like kind of where we were previously, or did you want to discuss the problem itself?
Yeah, well, I guess the thing that you're asking here is why blame women. Maybe you can elaborate on what you mean by that first, and maybe we can dive into that.
Well, our society disproportionately blames women for a slew of problems.
Like what?
Just as examples from the last few days of lives that I've done. We blame women for the single parent epidemic in America. We blame women for the pay gap. We blame women for the corn industry. We blame women for grape immodesty. Just as examples, not trying to gish gallop at you. You can pick whatever you want.
When you say blame, though, is it the case that people are blaming them for these things, or is it the case that men and women have ontological differences And so there's going to be distinctions in society made for the different duties that they have to society.
No, they're blaming them.
Blaming them, well, like people
Like,
are coming.
they're coming up here and straight up saying, we blame women for this, and that. Like, they admit to it. They don't even hide it.
Well,
they say,
no,
I think women are the blame for this and that.
Yeah, I think that there's some things that women may be to blame for that is possibly gender specific, or in this case sex specific, that I may blame them for, sure. But
which is
like Schmishmortion, for instance.
Schmishmortion wasn't outlawed until recently, but
yeah, and so
and it became a state issue.
Men aren't allowed to have them, right? Because they can't. Only women can, and so there's only one sex. Yeah. There's only one sex there to blame for that.
So you're gonna go. So you want a 13-year-old to go through with the pregnancy whenever their body isn't made for it?
Well, let's say I granted you
that
anybody
just answer me the question.
Under the age of 18, I am answering the question.
Fine.
Okay, so anybody under the age of 18 can have one, or can have one basically on demand. Any woman who's SA'd can have one on demand, and any woman whose actual physical health testably is going to be disproportionately affected, they can have them. That accounts for less than 2%. So 98% of schmorshins I can now blame women for, right?
That's a 100% not true, because we're not even talking about women at that point. We're talking about girls, and girls need their parents' permission. I think before the age of 16, these girls can't make those decisions by themselves.
So, okay, well, so I guess the only thing that you could say there, even if I were to grant this, then we would say it's such a low percentage of men who have control over that we would still primarily blame women.
We can't. I wouldn't think it would be fair to blame.
Hold on, Beck. We're pivoting, right?
I don't feel like
at the end of the day, no matter what it is, no, just hear me out. At the end of the day, no matter what our view is on AB, right? I had said that our society disproportionately blames women, right? At the end of the day, women have all of the options whenever it comes to ABs, right?
Yeah.
So you can't say that it's a disproportionate blame. Women get to choose. I'm saying areas where women don't.
Then I'm going to blame them.
You're going to blame them for what?
For the things that they choose, which what I just said. I think that there are some things which are sex specific that you can blame women for, and they gave you an example.
Right, and what I was discussing is the fact that we disproportionately blame women for things that they can't choose, like whether or not they're going to be victimized, right?
What are we disproportionate?
Okay, so whether. Okay, so the discussion.
Can you let him finish? Thank you.
What a woman was wearing whenever she was raped. The discussions of the pay gap. Discussions of.
Well, you would have to demonstrate that that's disproportionate. So you say it's disproportionate that they're blamed for things that they're wearing when they're raped versus people blaming the rapist. Instead, can you demonstrate the disproportionality there? Because I would say it's disproportional the other way, that most people would blame the rapist and not what the woman's wearing.
Continue.
So
I'm not allowed to make my points. He's only
because we blame.
You were interrupting him.
No, I can't be interrupting when it was my turn to talk.
You were interrupting. Simple.
I was not interrupting.
Well, you asked me to expand on the points.
No, I was in the middle of making a point. I was in the middle of making and she muted me. She's still muting me.
Hold on. Tina, let him roll for a minute.
I'm not muting him this time.
Oh, it was me because you don't know how to shut up. He's talking. Wait.
Well, it was my turn to talk. So I don't know if you know how conversations work, but usually they're two-sided.
Go ahead, Fred.
Anyway, I was just saying, I would just argue in disproportionality that it would actually be disproportionate the opposite way, that most men would blame the rapist, not what the woman's wearing.
Well, okay, so we all realize the fact that there are a multitude of different victim-blaming circumstances that we utilize. I use what was she wearing as an example. What was she wearing? Who was she with? Where was she at? Right? Why was she alone? The questions that people typically ask their children whenever they find out they've been victimized. They're all victim-blaming questions, which is disproportionate because at the end of the day, the victim has no control over their attacker's actions.
Oh, well, okay. There's a problem with this argument, though. So, if you go in and you get a CPL, you know what a CPL is, right? Okay.
No.
Okay, concealed carry permit. I'm trying to use very TikTok language here. Okay. One of the things that you're taught is not to go into certain areas while you are armed, because in that particular case you could be inviting problems, and that those should be better avoided.
Oh,
now, in this case, if it's the case that you use this thing in self-defense, one of the very first things which is asked is, why are you putting yourself in that situation? Would you consider that victim blaming?
No.
Of course not. Right, exactly. So it would be the same thing in the opposition, right? You just defeated your own logic there.
No, I didn't, because the difference is that we have to differentiate between someone who is intentionally looking to harm others and someone who is looking to protect themselves. So in order to make a discernment between someone who is victimizing and someone who's a victim, we have to ask intention.
Well, they're both victims.
Right? The same is not true with rape victims.
Well, hang on, they're both
it's
victims.
Not true, right? Because I can intentionally put myself in a space where I can use a weapon to harm others, right? And the law has to ask me that question to make sure that I'm not going around causing harm illegitimately.
Oh, wait,
That's not
that
the
makes
same
no
thing
sense.
as being the victim of rape.
Well, hang on, that makes no sense.
How doesn't that make sense?
Here, because you're the victim of a crime. You haven't done anything wrong. Being in a public area, in a dangerous area, a place where it's more likely that you would have to use that thing, is not in any way criminal. It's not in any way problematic. There's nothing actually illegal about it. You're still the victim of a crime. Just because you had to defend yourself is meaningless. But the very first thing that happens is, why were you there? Why were you armed? And you just said that's not victim blaming, but it fits the same exact criteria.
No, it doesn't fit the same criteria, right? Because I can, with a weapon, go somewhere and choose to see myself as being persecuted, in danger, threatened. And then I can use that to cause harm for another individual. That's the purpose of those questions, is to discern if I as an individual am going to intentionally cause harm, or if I was there and had to defend myself.
Well, you're not causing it.
Right?
This is like saying
That's not true of great victims.
Well, hang on. This is like saying the great victim
aren't going somewhere to become great victims, right?
Well, hang on. This is like saying the great victim fought back, and therefore they were going somewhere to cause harm.
No.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
That's not the same thing at all.
It is. If somebody's trying to harm you and you use your weapon in self-defense, someone's trying to harm the victim of rape, they use their fists, hands, or whatever weapons they have in self-defense, you wouldn't blame them because they're being victimized in a crime, but somehow you think it's okay to potentially blame or ask these questions of somebody who's carrying a boom stick, right? That's not even consistent. That makes no sense.
It's incredibly consistent. I don't know how you don't see. Okay, so let me try it like this, right? If you, with a boom stick, decide to go somewhere where like I live by East St. Louis. If you know what East St. Louis is, it's not hard to imagine that I could go there and see someone else who has a boom stick who raises their voice, and I could use mine because I can perceive that as a threat, right? Right. So I can go there, intentionally provoking circumstances where I can cause harm.
Well, hang on. You're not. What circumstances are you provoking?
Can we please let people finish? Let him finish.
So what circumstance am I provoking? I'm going somewhere where I can utilize my weapon to cause harm because I can justify my actions with no basis of cause, right?
Well, no,
because all I have to do is perceive myself as being in perception of danger.
But that's the same thing for the victim. Which is why you're not supposed to go seeking out. No. You're not supposed to go seeking out circumstances where you could be in danger specifically so you can harm others. That would be, well, hang on.
Right?
But to be consistent here, why couldn't I just say the same thing about you shouldn't dress in a very provocative way in a place where there's a lot of men because they could do you harm? It's the same exact logic.
I mean, no, it's not, because
yes, it is.
You can literally dress in a burqa and no, hold on. You can dress in a burqa and still have the same harm. You can hide away from society and incur harm. Most of the harm happens behind closed doors with friends and family, right? There is no version where women can rape-proof themselves.
Well, wait a second. There's no version in which the armed person that's going to guarantee their safety either. Like, the whole point here, though, is that if it's the case that you say, if you're packing a boom boom stick and you're in a place where you're putting yourself in a dangerous situation, you deserve to be questioned for that. But for some reason, if you're like dressed provocatively and putting yourself in a dangerous situation, you don't deserve to be questioned for that. It's like, what are you talking? That's totally inconsistent. Neither one have done anything
No, it's
wrong.
not inconsistent. Because at the end of the day,
they're both the victim of crime. Why is one get unequally questioned to the other?
Well, okay. So I find it weird that you're saying they're both the victim of a crime. They're not. One is perpetrating a crime.
Well, who's perpetrating the crime?
Potentially, right?
No, not potentially. They're
potentially
not. They're not perpetrating a crime if they use
Let
their.
him. Oh my God.
Hold on.
Let people
So it's
finish.
you mean to tell me that it is not illegal to. Hold on. So you mean to tell me that it's not illegal to grab a weapon and go to a space where you know you can harm another person and do so premeditated?
No, it's not. If you have a CPL, you can go to a place where it's the case that your danger level would be much higher. There's nothing criminal about that at all.
I think that you should, like, Andrew, I'm sure you have a lawyer. Like, I think you should ask a lawyer about that one.
I have,
think
many
that they
times.
would show you.
It's not illegal at all.
Okay, so
what would make it illegal to go to a place
maybe
where your danger level is higher? Does that give people the right to attack you or something? I don't get that.
No, not at all.
Of course not. So if that's the case,
going somewhere.
Go ahead.
I kind of think that you're like not comprehending that what I'm saying here is that no, hold on.
Okay.
You got to listen to comprehend.
I'm listening.
So what I'm saying is that a person can arm themselves and go to a space and harm someone else based off of this individual's perception of harm, right?
But that would be
now you're saying that they're the victim of a crime. Hold on. You're saying they're the victim of a crime. The example I gave you earlier is that I can go to East St. Louis and I can point a boom boom stick at anybody who yells at me that has one. That doesn't make me the victim of a crime.
Yeah, but do you
I can literally blow somebody away just because they're loud and have a weapon.
Yeah, but do you see that
and that's
there's
what's
a fault?
illegal is seeking out that circumstance.
You know, that's
without.
It's not illegal.
No, seeking
for you
out
to
that circumstance without.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to cut you off, man. I was just trying to engage in the conversation. So.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. So the thing is like, I assume you don't think that a woman should have to wait until she's penetrated to fight back, right?
Well, obviously not.
Okay, so then the assumption here, and it's a good assumption, is that she's going to perceive harm to herself, and that's when she starts fighting. So an attempted rape, even if it doesn't happen, she's going to assume it based on the perceived harm to herself. That's going to be the same thing as a CPL carrier. Same.
Okay, so hold on. Let's back up here, right? Previously, you had stated that both of these individuals are the victims of a crime,
correct?
Right?
Yeah.
So, a woman who is intimidated by another person, right? Is intimidation a form of crime? Yes. Okay.
No,
but is someone
not
else
in of itself.
having a boom boom stick and being okay. I think that's a murkier area.
Like
but we can say
like
that
maybe
intimidation to at least. Yes, intimidation to some degree can be a crime. Okay.
Yeah.
We can both agree that having a boom boom stick and being loud is not a crime.
Yeah.
Right. So, not both of these people are victims.
Well, yeah, they're
right?
both. Well, you just demonstrated they both are. So if you have the boom boom stick and you're in a place like this, that's not a crime. If somebody's attacking you or doing something like this, you perceive the threat, you're able to defend yourself the same way as the R victim. So in this is the same case in both instances, whereas in one case you advocate that they should be questioned about their motivations and why did you do this and blah blah blah, and the other not so much. That seems like silly logic to me.
Well, no, it's not silly logic. You only heard half of the comparison because even outside of what I've just discussed, whenever it came to the facts that one is a victim and the other is not, we also discussed the outcomes, right?
Well, no, they're both victims.
In one outcome, there's no. hold on. There's no version where somebody goes to a space to get raped in order to become another nameless victim, right? But there are circumstances where people go to spaces to harm others, right?
Yeah, but now you're describing motivation, and the idea here is even
right.
though hang on,
that's the intention of the law.
Yeah, but this is
to discuss motive.
But here's the problem with this, right? Is like, why would it be? Let's just say that you did. Your whole motivation was that you were hoping like some guy would attack you, and then you would be able to do away with him. There's actually nothing wrong with that, even lawfully. You're still the victim. You've still had a crime perpetrated against you. You are actually allowed to do this, and you are still the victim. So, like, why would that even matter? Even if the motivation was like you were hoping somebody would do this to you so that you could do away with them, and under the law that's legal, you're the victim of a crime.
Well, no, that's not true.
It's true.
The basis of some first-degree murder plots is to feign victimhood so that you can get rid of someone you no longer want to see live, right? But there's no such thing as first-degree grape victim.
Well, I mean, and by that case, then, if you're describing motivation, you could just say, okay, what about them lying about their motivation for this thing? Like, they're lying about their grape or whatever. You could say the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's honor
you could
system,
say, yeah,
right?
exactly. You could say the exact same thing here. So again, you're just questioning one victim over the other with a very arbitrary metric for like no good reason at all that I can ascertain.
Right? No. But the thing is, only one of these people can be a victimizer, right? The victim of a grape cannot use that as some kind of. No. The victim of a grape cannot use that circumstance in order to cause harm to their perpetrator.
Yes, they can.
Right?
They can say they can like attack. They can throw a beer bottle at a guy's face and say he tried to grape me. Right? They can still they can still be the perpetrators of a thing and then blame the whatever the potential crime was for their victimhood. But the thing is like you wouldn't want that questioned. I'm just saying that's inconsistent if you wouldn't want to question on the other end.
So, but see, now you're conflating issues, right? Because if you throw a bottle at someone, now we're not talking about the motive behind your grape. We're talking about the motive behind your assault back, right?
Yeah,
like,
but you think
we're
it's
talking
fine
about grape specifically in comparison to someone who's pew-pewing another person.
Okay, so
right?
do you assume that
only one of these individuals can be a victimizer?
Do you assume that the victim of grape should immediately be believed?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So you're going to go under that assumption. You don't believe, though, that, like, the victim of somebody who's attacked who happens to have a CPL should have the same courtesy of instantly being believed?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, then
I
don't
believe
even
the same there as well.
Then what are we even arguing here?
Well, you were arguing the fact that people question motive of individuals with pew-pews. And I was saying that's a correct thing to do and not to correct... Hold on. And that it's also correct to not question the motives of grape victims.
Yeah, but that's not what you said. You said that it was appropriate. Well, no, I think I argued you into that position. But your first position was not that. Your first position was it's okay to question the person who has the pew-pew, but it's not okay to question the standards of the woman who puts herself in a dangerous situation. It's only okay to question the man who puts himself
two separate points
or the CPL holder in that situation. That's what I that's what I didn't understand.
Well, no. Okay. So initially you asked me if it's wrong to question somebody who's a CPL holder. I said yes. Then also, like within the last 5 minutes, you asked me if it's wrong or if it's correct to assume that they're telling the truth whenever they say that they did not go there to intentionally cause harm. That's part of the process of an investigation, is to ask someone a question and infer the truth from it. You can most definitely sit down with somebody who's like blown away another human being and believe them.
Well, then
right?
I don't know why that would be appropriate for the victim.
But you should do your due. You should listen. You should do your due diligence because motive behind the loss of a life should be questioned.
Yeah, but I
mean, and the same is not
all
a standard
should be
for
questions, right?
Right.
All of it.
Well, no, I don't think that all motives need to be questioned. Right.
Well, I mean,
like,
if you're giving somebody the benefit of the presumption of innocence and you're going to run a legitimate investigation, then in that case, you should operate under the same assumption as your investigation's going on, that the accused is every bit as innocent as the accuser or the potential victim until the investigation's concluded, right?
Well, yeah, but that's
my whole point,
not
though.
conflating with the issue of motive.
Yeah, but I mean, motive is something which is found out. So what you're actually saying is you shouldn't instantly believe victims. That's what you're actually saying, including victims of rape. Because if it's the case,
I don't know where you got that
because
from.
you just got done saying that you would give the accuser and the accused the same presumption of innocence. Well, if you believe both of them equally, then that means you are questioning the story of both equally, right? You're saying that the victim here is now, whether this event actually happened to them or not is in question, and the victimizer is in question, but you're going to take both of them at face value as you run your investigation, yeah? So you are actually questioning whether or not this person is to be believed, or why would you even run the investigation, right?
Well, I mean, you run the investigation to concur the underlying cause or absence of a crime.
Correct. So what you're doing, so what
you
you're
can
doing,
ignore the, listen, you can effectively ignore all of the statements of both parties that are not factual or pertaining to the event as it occurred, and motive is not actually one.
Can I interject?
Well, hang on. I don't understand, though. That would still mean that you shouldn't instantly believe women who say that they were raped. You shouldn't just believe that, then.
No, you most definitely should.
Then why even run an investigation at all?
Okay, so here's the thing, right? First and foremost, as an investigator, whether or not your belief is founded in a person has nothing to do with the conviction, right? A conviction requires evidence. So if the goal is to get justice for a victim, you don't need to believe or disbelieve anything in the circumstance. What you need is concrete proof that a jury can look at, right? So you need to show presence of two individuals in a space, witness statements, grape kits. Like, you need to show something that corroborates one side over the other.
If you believe a person, right, why would you even run an investigation? That makes no sense. You already believe them. There's no need for an investigation now. You believe them. Like if you tell a cop, he says,
well, that's a weird system.
Well, not really. If you tell a cop Tuesday I was eating hamburgers, and the cop believes you, why would they investigate if you were eating hamburgers or not? If they did that, that would mean that they're questioning their belief in you, right? Otherwise, they would just take it at face value.
No, they're doing